Good morning, everyone. While I wait for a couple people to trickle in, I'm going to be doing my normal technical stuff, just making sure everything is working properly. I do know I should have a starting soon screen, and that's something I think I'm going to try to make one this week so that I can do all my technical checks during that as opposed to um, doing it at the start like this, and also it'll allow people to trickle in and not miss the beginnings of the streams if they don't want to. Okay, yes, it looks like everything is working, which is always a good thing. I do not like it when it is not working. Okay, now I just gotta pull up my other stuff, my activity log, my combined chat, and my notes. Okay, I think we are just about ready to go. New things this week. For starters, I fixed some audio issues that I noticed on Twitch. I know don't have a lot of viewers on Twitch, but still good to get that fixed. And combined chat should be working on YouTube and Kick now. I think I figured out what the problem was, and while I wasn't able to fix it, I was able to find a workaround. So essentially, for those who are curious about the technical side of things, I did the browser source in OBS was not refreshing properly. However, the what do you call it? I did a window capture instead, and that gets things done. Okay, so I think with all that, let's just get started. We're watching Mushoku Tensei Season 1, Part 2, Episodes 1 to 3. And of course, this is going to be an analysis stream, as it's been the last couple weeks. So expect pausing and discussions. So let's get started. Wait, let me just... I realized I just did not double check to make sure... I did my technical stuff, didn't make sure the audio was working. Okay, so yeah, the audio is going to be working, so you should be able to hear everything that you need to hear. All right, let's do it. The audio for YouTube, just because copyright. Yeah, I'll unmute it once the OP ends. But I mean, aside from this new OP being absolutely beautiful, I do love how this scene that they've been doing. It very much mirrors the scene from part 1 where they were going through that first demon city. And you'll see of course, there's the overview of the city itself, but then there's going to be shots of the various demons doing stuff, shopping at the markets, children playing. And the main difference here is going to be that this is a port city, so there's going to be a bit more of an emphasis on the docks. But I think that it's nice to see them treat this city essentially the same stylistic way they treated the previous city. And that's one thing that the books would do a lot of, where they would take one scene and then in the future they would take another scene that would be a direct callback to that previous scene. Sometimes it would be for a greater thematic purpose, sometimes it would just be a stylistic thing. And I did notice that part 2, the first 3 episodes at least, are starting to take a few more stylistic notes from the books. And we'll see an example of that. I don't think in this episode, but probably in the next one. It's either this episode or the next one. I don't remember off the top of my head. with Roxy, and that'll be. I think it's actually it's the next episode, but I'm actually very happy that they started to take a few notes from the books, because I really liked a lot of the stylistic things that Refugee did in the books. And so far, the anime, while it is a very good show, has not been taking those for itself. So again, this is just like the scene from the previous city, where they're just going through and doing stuff. Although, of course, it's a little different because Ruijerd is bald instead of having his dyed hair. And yeah, as this is mostly just exposition, I don't really have a whole lot to say over it at the moment. Okay, and that was beautiful, but now you get to listen. Okay, so I do like how they introduced these guys in the previous part. I want to say previous season because it's the length of a season, and it's structured kind of like a season, but it's not a season. But Elise and Tallhand are two great characters. They were teased a little bit in the previous part. And, it's just exciting to see them as a book reader who knows about them and likes them. But it's nice that they're actually starting to... They're not doing a whole lot in these first few episodes. They're just kind of there. But there's a nice little... their introductions are pretty good. They lead the viewer in a certain direction that I know is going to be kind of twisted away later on most likely in the season. Because Mushoku Tensei at this point is still loosely playing off isekai tropes. And this is another also nice little bit. So in the book, when it comes to books versus an anime, there's some things that each medium can do, and excuse me, I can't talk today. There are things that each medium can do and cannot do. And one of the things I like when I'm talking about adaptations is seeing how each one will utilize its various strengths, particularly how the new medium will do things that the original medium can't. And the big thing that an anime can do that a book cannot is they can just show things without saying them at all. Even when they're being vague in a book, they still have to kind of put the information there for you. And so you have to kind of do a little bit less of the work in that case. But so one of the things it mentions in the book is that Roxy and Rudy's party barely miss each other when they're in this city. And I love how they can actually show that. And then in several moments, we'll see the fact that they're like 20 feet away from each other several different times. And it's nice to just see that as opposed to having to be told that that's what happened. And also it's for people who are not familiar with the series, who are not readers of the books. My cat is going crazy. Yes, but it's a nice little fake out for the idea that they're going to meet up, even though people who have read the books know that they don't actually meet up until the teleportation labyrinth. And one thing is, and this is not going to be a spoiler, but, well, I guess technically it is, but it's a very minor one. One of the things that is revealed much later on, well past where the anime has gotten so far, is that Hitogami here, he has a blessing where one of the effects of that is that people naturally trust him. It's very easy for him to talk to somebody, explain his side of things, and have them just kind of immediately want to side with him, whether or not he's right or wrong or anything like that. And one thing about Rudy is that he is actually immune to that. So he doesn't automatically trust him, and he is actually completely off-put by him. So I like to see they have this kind of antagonism going on, and Hitogami is a little confused about how to really do things because he's not used to people not trusting him. So he's trying to get Rudy to trust him through actual effort as opposed to the natural trust they automatically have. So it's another interesting dynamic that comes about once you look back at this from the lens of having experience with the later parts of the series. And I think the fact that they're making him appear in a very strange way, like again with the different animation, the distorted colors, the blurriness, all that stuff. It's a nice little way of visually representing the fact that it just feels weird. Oops, excuse me for a second. I need to do something. Sorry about that. Had a spam bot I had to get rid of. There we go. But yeah, so ultimately that is a nice way of doing things. Oh, and that's actually an issue. Okay, so I guess even when I ban someone, it won't delete their chat from my combined chat log. Okay, whatever. I'll just work with it. Yeah, don't go to anything that the that the spammers post. But yeah, ultimately the fact that Rudy is uncomfortable and they're visually representing that, I think that's really neat. It's something that they didn't really do in the books because they really couldn't do. And this is another nice little touch I've been liking from the anime so far, is that whenever they have these little sparring segments, and it's not always between Eris and Ruijerd, it can be between any two people. It's a great way of showcasing how sorry. Yeah, excuse me for a second. It's a great way to showcase how the different characters are actually improving in their combat abilities. And in this particular case, it's basically to show that Eris has been continuously improving through... Okay, sorry, I was just trying to see if I could do something about that. Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry, I was trying to figure out how to delete that chat from my chat viewer because it's not like actually there, but okay, whatever. But yeah, this is a nice way to show that, you know, in the years since we've last seen Eris, she's gotten better at fighting. And even if she doesn't end up landing a hit during this fight, which she does, or it's either this fight or the next one, we can still see visually that she's gotten better. And also the fight scenes are just awesome in general. And then a nice little fake out with Roxy back there. They're like faking out that they're going to have a meeting together. That being said, this is actually setting up something pretty nice that I like. So one thing that the books did a lot of, which I was very sad to see that the anime did not do, is that the books will play a scene and then have it just play out as normal, usually from Rudy's perspective. Then it'll immediately play the scene again from somebody else's perspective. And I just think that's the coolest thing ever. And it really does a lot to highlight how other characters are thinking and feeling about things, how they view Rudy, because Rudy is somewhat of an unreliable narrator, at least when he's talking about himself. He's pretty good as far as hard facts go, but when it comes to his emotional perspective on things, he is often off. And so when they replay a scene with Rudy in one perspective, and then again with somebody else's perspective, it brings an entirely new light on a specific scene. That was one of my favorite things that the books did. The anime has not been doing it, but they're kind of making a nod towards that here, because we're going to see essentially this scene again from Roxy's perspective in the next episode. And I think that's just a lovely little stylistic touch, even if they're not really doing the full thing that I like so much. And so the cool thing about this is they don't really explain it a whole lot in the anime. But when it comes to the relative power of everything, Eris is very easily at the advanced rank in Sword God style at this point. Again, she's a little rough around the edges, and she's kind of learning things through practice as opposed to actual instruction, because Ruijerd, again, he fights with a spear, not with a sword, so he's not really able to teach her on the specifics of Sword God style. But she is about advanced rank, probably pushing Saint rank at the moment, because I know that when she ends up going off on her own after the this arc, she, as soon as she reaches the Sword God Sanctum, she is pretty much immediately granted the rank of Sword Saint. So it's hard to say what exactly her power rank is, but probably high advanced, pushing the barrier of Saint. Whereas Ruijerd is, assuming my chat didn't lie to me a couple weeks ago, he is about at Imperial rank as a combatant. Again, it's not 1-to-1 just because spears are a fundamentally different weapon than swords, even in this magically powered world. But he is about the power level of an Imperial rank combatant. So it's actually believable that she could end up landing a hit on him. Maybe. It's still actually a really big deal that she does that, even though Eris eventually does become a Sword King. It's still impressive. It's still kind of a big deal for someone at that rank to be able to land a hit on somebody who is an Imperial rank fighter, which is kind of neat. But it also does show, again, it's a great way to show her improvement, especially since in previous episodes we've seen her training with Ruijerd, where Ruijerd would just be, casually deflecting everything without even putting any effort into it. And it also is a great setup for later when Rudy gets his demon eye, and he ends up beating Eris pretty handedly because he can see the future at that point. And so the fact that her elation now is the fact that she is improving as a fighter. She's actually become very good. And so she's very happy about improving. And then Rudy beats her where she's good, and that kind of knocks her down a bit, which is going to set up her entire journey after the Demon Continent arc. And that's going to be a defining moment for it. And I do like how that is set up here. Again, we only see her a couple times throughout the series. She's definitely a minor side character, which is a shame. I don't know how much... I don't know if it would be ruined if she was a major feature in the story, because I think part of what makes her so entertaining is the fact that, she is just an occasional thing. She pops in, wreaks minor havoc, and then continues on. And she's also the subject of one of the funniest pieces of artwork from the main series, where she's in a prison outfit and being fed donuts. And it's, if you haven't read the books, some of the whenever they do artwork for Kishirika, it's always amazing and hilarious. But so I don't know if she was a major feature, whether that funny factor of hers would be diminished at all due to overuse, because that is something that can happen, which is why a lot of times, if you've ever seen a TV show, particularly sitcoms, and ever they make a spin-off based on a fan favorite character, it often doesn't do well. And the big part of that is because a thing that makes a great comedic side character great is the fact that they're not the focus 100% of the time. And you can see this to a lesser extent all the time. Like, one thing is, so one of my favorite visual novels, even though it's not like the best in the world, is Shining Song Star Nova. I think it's a lot of fun. It's a comfort read of mine. And one of the characters is just the crazy country girl who gets into all sorts of crazy scenarios. Family sends her livestock and stuff, and that kind of makes everything go crazy. And her route kind of sucks because her character just doesn't work as a focal point, and it works better as a side character. So this is an issue that happens in a lot of media. So while I do wish we saw more of Kishirika, I do wonder if that would kind of ruin it. And that is a reason I would actually love to see read a book about the Human Demon War, because it's just an interesting major chapter in the Mushoku Tensei lore that is never really explored in the main series, and we never get to see Kishirika in any form other than her ditzy lolly persona. And from reading Old Dragon's Tale, I know that Rifujin is definitely capable of writing a very great, compelling story that's not Rudy focused. So that would have been my main concern prior. But the fact that I liked Old Dragon's Tale as much as I did shows that don't necessarily need Rudy to have a compelling Mushoku Tensei story, even though I of course do really like Rudy as a character. And it is sad to read a Mushoku Tensei story with another nice little nod to something about Rudy, which is that he is an unreliable narrator. Sort of. He's not an unreliable narrator in the sense that what he's saying is incorrect necessarily. But when he's in the books are from his perspective. That is kind of how he functions. He tells the story as it's happening. And when it comes to the hard facts, like this person said this event happened, he gets it right pretty much 100% of the time. That being said, when it comes to how he views things emotionally, what he thinks, what he feels, especially how he feels about himself, that is oftentimes not quite accurate. He doesn't realize, for example, how impressive his own skills are. He doesn't realize that he's actually a very, very good mage. And a big part of that is because he has low self-esteem. And so he kind of constantly downplays himself. And the way it's kind of revealed to the reader is he'll say something, he'll talk about how impressive, for example, he said, "Man, I hope I can get to Saint tier someday," when he's back in episode 1 or 2. And that was volume 1 of the books. He's like, wow, I wish I could get that good someday. And then he gets that good within 2 years. And then he's like, oh yeah, I'm okay at magic, but so many people are better than me. And that's kind of how things are portrayed to the reader here. The reader and the viewer here. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. The Ghislaine's Eye is the Manasite one. Again, it's been a while since I read the books, so a lot of the details are a little bit fuzzy for me. But Rudy's unreliable narrator makes an appearance here again, where it takes him about a week to start to kind of get the hang of his demon eye and to not be completely crippled by it, basically. Because again, if you can see kind of double at all times, that's going to kind of fuck you up for a while. And of course, he ends up learning how to control it due to how he can kind of focus mana into it. And part of that is, I don't know exactly how much mana that eye consumes. It may actually be a lot, and that might be his main... main advantage, is that the fact that he doesn't need to worry about mana consumption due to his Laplace aspect. But also, he does have just generally good control of mana due to his experience silent casting. But the fact that it takes him a week to get used to it is unusual, even with constant practice, because we see Ghislaine, who we know is a very powerful person. We know she's very competent. She's a sword king. She keeps her eye covered because she can't really control it, and so she only uncovers it when she actually needs its effects. Or how Cliff, who is another very smart character we meet later, who gets the information eye, whatever it's called. It takes him a very long time to get used to that. He keeps it covered for a while. The fact that, and Ruijerd will even mention shortly that he knew of a warrior who never got used to the future sight eye. So the fact that Rudy got it in a week is impressive, but he takes no attention to that fact. He's pretty much like, yeah, that's just a thing. This thing is just easier to control than you'd think. So that's an example of Rudy being an unreliable narrator. It's not as overt of an unreliable narrator situation in the anime, just because, again, we're not always in Rudy's head. We're viewing things from the side as opposed to the books where it's a first-person narration. But it's still there, and I like it. Yeah, and then, again, that's one thing Ruijerd mentioning, that the person he knew, a Supered warrior, who generally Supered were very good combatants, that's established in the lore, and the fact that he got a demon eye and wasn't able to figure it out, and Rudy did it in a week. That's just it's something that's impressive that Rudy doesn't really internalize that it's impressive.
1週間で制御できたお前は異常だ。
Even though he's happy about it.
今ならルイジルドさんにも勝てたり。
やってみるか。
And that's another thing about Rudy. A lot of times he gets humbled when he goes up against somebody who is who outclasses him. Where, in this case, again, as I've mentioned, assuming my chat didn't lie to me, Ruijerd is about Emperor level as a combatant. So Rudy's ability to see 1 second in the future with his beginner rank swordplay, he's never going to beat him in a physical contest. If he uses magic, by the end of the series, he probably actually would be able to beat him if it was magic versus spear, but at this point he can't. So he gets humbled and doesn't really, and he takes it to mean his ability isn't very strong, even though it's just the fact he went against somebody who is absurdly powerful. And the similar thing kind of happens later, where he ends up at one point fighting against, I'm not going to say who it is because it hasn't happened in the anime yet, but he ends up fighting one of the most powerful people in the world. And like he goes all out to try to beat this person. He takes all sorts of preparations, builds a magical construct to give himself the physical capabilities of, I want to say, a king level swordsman, as he basically builds a mech suit, a magical mech suit. And it gives him like either king or emperor level physical capabilities. Not necessarily the reaction speed, but the movement and strength. And he gets his ass kicked by this person. But he ends up expending more of that person's resources and requires them to do more than they pretty much ever had before. At least since becoming that strong. So this person's actually very impressed by Rudy, but Rudy is like, I got my ass handed to me. I'm not that good. And this is just another example of this. Where he builds himself up and then gets crushed. This is a funny transition. It actually really annoys me that they don't show the fight scene because it was really important in the books. And the idea was to showcase some of the limitations of Rudy's future sight. And the way it happened in the books is that Rudy had just gotten finished crushing Eris because he saw everything she was about to do before she did it. But when Ruijerd fought him, he ends up seeing two versions of his hand, of his weapon. And like one hitting him in one space, one hitting him in another space. So he doesn't know how to respond to that. And so when he kind of locks up and then gets hit. And the reason for that, as explained, is like, he explains, like, I was able to see what Eris was doing. I saw two different versions of what you were doing, and I didn't know how to respond. And he mentioned, oh yeah, if you were going to block here, I would have hit you here. But if you were going to dodge like this, I would have hit you here. So Ruijerd didn't have a strict idea of what he wanted to do. He had a how would I say it? He basically had conditions. He basically was going to adapt his plans based on how Rudy reacted. So Rudy didn't see a path forward. He didn't see a single instance of things happening. He saw the two different possibilities that would happen depending on what route he decided on. And that's how Ruijerd was able to beat him despite his future sight. And that establishes a limitation to his abilities. And the fact that it doesn't completely overcome strong combat prowess. So I'm actually really annoyed that the anime decided to skip that over, because I think that's important setup for just what Rudy's eye can do and what it can't do. And so right now an anime only is probably looking at this thinking, Rudy's future sight is just absurdly powerful. It's overpowered. He's going to be able to kind of do whatever he wants with it. And it's just the fact that he's not a good swordsman is why he probably just couldn't move fast enough to beat Ruijerd, when it's actually the fact that, even if he could move fast enough, he didn't know how to react and how to prepare for somebody who didn't have a plan necessarily, who had two different things he could have done. So it's just leaving out so much important context, and there's no reason they shouldn't have done it. And that's another thing showing how Rudy has changed, where he's gotten to the point where, he's willing to essentially hurt himself emotionally if it's something he deems as necessary to help the people that he cares about, which in this case would be Eris to get her home and Ruijerd to, continue being a companion to him and to help him in his journey to kind of restore the reputation of the Superd. So it just shows that, Rudy is, he does still have some of his old selfishness, but he's not the same person that he was. And while I do think the books tended to showcase this a little bit better, the anime is actually doing a very good job of showcasing that, and especially, as I mentioned before, it's doing it without explicitly drawing attention to it, without just telling the viewer, hey, Rudy's growing and changing in this way. So and the reason I kind of highlight these things as they happen is that a lot of writers really do hate to have something clever and not explicitly show the viewers or the readers that. So I really appreciate it when any piece of media, regardless of what it is, whether it's a book, a TV show, a movie, a video game, visual novel, whatever, when they're actually able to show these things and trust the audience to pick it up for themselves. It's something that I always take note of. It's something I really appreciate in a story. And that's also, I mean, that's one of the big reasons I really love the, if you've ever read the anime Erased, watched the anime Erased or read the manga, where one of the things is, when he travels back in time into his 11-year-old self, he actually emotionally regresses in age. And they never actually mention that explicitly, but they show it as like, yeah, this is just, he just acts like a kid. And they don't draw attention to it, aside from showing him acting like a kid, which I genuinely just really appreciated about that story. And it did it in both the anime and the manga. So that's just a little bit about me and how I view media. And actually, I do apologize, but I really need to use the bathroom. I will be back shortly. I do need to create a BRB screen. I'll do that at some point, but I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that. I drink a lot of water, so that's just a natural consequence of that. All right, so and of course, just visually, you can kind of tell he's not. He kind of has the character archetype of like the kind of charming rogue. Although, of course, he will later become a villain. Well, pretty shortly after he'll become a villain. But, you know, he kind of embodies that archetype, except for the scar over his eye, which is, you know, a pretty common visual indicator of somebody not being a good dude. Which, I mean, it's one of those things, it's a little bit played out in my opinion, but, you know, it is what it is. And that's the end of the episode. So, yeah. And so, yeah, one of the things I did do in preparation for this stream that I should have probably done for the first few streams I did was I actually did edit them together so that I don't have to fumble around with my file manager. But yeah, so I think that was a great introduction to part 2 of season 1. And even though, again, they say season 1 part 2, I really consider it a separate season. It's treated like a separate season. And, you know, I think that was a good way to bring the viewers back into the experience after a break. And, you know, it does move the plot along, even though not a whole lot, you know, not that much actually happened aside from Rudy getting the demon eye. Like, it was mostly just kind of them exploring the city and trying to figure things out. But yeah, I think that was a pretty good introduction. So things are going to start moving on, but okay, so what I mentioned earlier is that the books love to do this thing where they would play a scene. Well, they would play it. It's a book. They'd show a scene from Rudy's perspective and then immediately pivot back to restart the scene from somebody else's perspective, just to highlight somebody's internal workings or to just provide a different perspective on the events that are unfolding. And the anime so far has not done that, just because I don't know why they didn't do that. I think that would be a neat little stylistic thing, but either way, they didn't. And the fact that they're now replaying kind of the intro episode from Roxy's perspective, it feels like a nod towards that little stylistic flair that the books would do. And as I've said before, that's my favorite thing that the books did. So I really loved seeing this. And of course, we also got a bit more of a look at Elinalise and Tallhand. Well, Elinalise more so than Tallhand. But I do love the little mixed direction they gave with Elinalise, because, so for those who don't know, Elinalise's whole thing is that she has a curse. You know, they have blessings and curses, which are just essentially magical anomalies that people are born with. And her curse is that she can kind of produce magical crystals that she can sell for a lot of money, but the magic has to kind of be released through sex. And as I mentioned earlier also, this is a very similar condition to Maleface Promenade from the Rant series, where her whole thing is that she magically put a spell on herself that allows her to increase her magical ability, but every so often she has to sleep with somebody who is stronger than her or she'll die. And Elinalise is very clearly based on her. So, but at this point in the story, you don't know that. So they're kind of playing her off as, you know, she's just she's just a slut, basically. That's her entire personality, even though realistically we do know that she has to act this way due to her curse. And she, instead of, you know, hating herself for it, she decided to embrace it and find enjoyment in her obligation, as opposed to, again, just she would rather be happy sleeping around than to feel dirty because of it. But when we first meet her, we don't know that. To us, she is just some slut who sleeps around randomly. And so they portray her like this, and it's kind of funny because she is over the top about it, even though that's just, you know, what she kind of has to do. And it's not until later on that you learn more about her history that everything kind of makes sense and she becomes a more compelling character. Because right now she's basically comic relief. That's kind of her entire deal. And also it's kind of funny that we'll learn that she's Sylphie's grandmother too. So that's a funny little connection there. And that's also another funny note, because one thing, I don't think the books are ever really explicit about it. And I don't know and they don't mention that at this point in the anime either, but one thing that is that Tall Hand is actually gay. And it's not something that's any real attention is drawn into, and that's another thing I like. One thing I know a lot of people will complain about is when characters of an underrepresented demographic are included in media, and it's kind of drawn attention to that aspect of them, and that kind of becomes their story. Whereas Tall Hand is just a gay character who's allowed to exist in the world just like that, and that's something I do appreciate about Mushoku Tensei. They'll do these kind of things where Rifujin will include a gay character, and his story is not about being gay. He's doing other things. He has other concerns. So, and this is a funny little nod towards that, where you'd think it's playing it off as Elise is just being like overwhelmed by the men and all excited. Is like trying to express that to the people around her, when it's actually a funny little note. There's like, oh yeah, you like men too, don't you?
そこまで節操なしじゃと逆にすがすがしいわい。
エリナリーゼさん、探すのは男ではなく。
分かってますわよ。パウロの家族の捜索ですわ。
もし妊娠でもしてしまったらどうする気なのですか?
And that's another funny note, is that actually Elise does actually have plans for what happens, because of course, if you're the type of person who needs to sleep around or die, and Elise is an elf, so she's functionally immortal. Now, I don't think she's like fully immortal, but they live for like thousands and thousands of years in Mushoku Tensei. And so she has gotten pregnant on numerous occasions. And what she essentially does is during that time, she'll settle down with the person who, well, she'll settle down if it's feasible. If it's not, she'll kind of drop some anchors on her own and raise the kid to adulthood and then fuck off. And that's kind of, why Sylphie's father never knew her. He remembered being raised by her, but then she fucked off and he has no idea where she is. So it's a little offhand line, but it is actually a pretty neat little nod to the books, because she actually does have plans for when that happens. And it's in Mushoku Tensei is a medieval fantasy world, so who knows what they have as far as contraception goes. It doesn't seem like they have much, especially since later on we'll see Rudy, when he's married, he'll end up having children, and it's kind of like none of them end up being planned. It's just a natural consequence of him sleeping with his wives. Yeah, so that's one. This is another little bit, is when it comes to Roxy, a big part of her story is how insecure she is, how she always feels like an outcast, always feels kind of unlovable. With it starting out in her tribe, where she didn't have the telepathic abilities of everyone else in the village, so she couldn't really communicate with them in the way that they always communicated with each other. She felt excluded, even though they still loved her as one of them, but she didn't really feel that. So that's why she kind of fucks off and does her own thing. And then when she's out in the rest of the world, because of the fact that the Migard age so slowly, they don't really start to look like adults until they're around 100 or 150 or so. And until then, she kind of looks again to be like 12, 13 years old. And so she was not able to end up finding somebody to sleep with or to build a romantic relationship with. And because of that difficulty, just because most people view her, even when they accept her just as a companion, they're not attracted to her because of her appearance. So she feels unlovable in that way. And they're showing her kind of contrasting her own appearance with that of Elise, who is, of course, very promiscuous, but also is an attractive person. She is conventionally attractive. She has all the features that one might find arousing. And she's comparing herself to them. So they're laying it on pretty thick here.
Agoi bake. Nai haya. Jipiwa bitiwi.
And then that's another thing is even though she is, and even on top of that, even when people are being nice to her, they do kind of look down on her because he's like, oh, wow, you're tiny. And that's also funny is that's the first thing Rudy said to her when they first met. But like, even then, they're not trying to be dicks to her, but they kind of assumed she was weak because of her stature. And because I guess they don't really know very many Migard, most of them kind of tend to keep to themselves. And because they age in a different way than most people, that's kind of what happens.
Dore ingoi. Bayanji wibiki.
And then that's another nice little note is that despite them looking down on her, they actually know her reputation. So he's like, oh, you're Roxy, you're the Water King. And that's another thing I really like. I like how they're actually showing that, being a Water King gets you recognition. Being king rank in anything gets you recognition. I don't feel like the books did that as well, even though they do try at times. It's nice to see when somebody gets to a certain rank, they actually get noticed. And that's something that the series can kind of stumble with. But it does go to show just how strong king rank really is. And also, linguistically, I do kind of like how they put her first name, last name in the narration. And I mean, you can see it if you can read katakana. You can see this. You can see her name in katakana there. Yeah. Do they, at this point? I'm not sure that they do because I mean, Rudy does. Rudy is ultimately her biggest simp and biggest cheerleader later on. Like, and I don't say that in a derogatory way, but I mean, like he always idolizes her, always lifts her up, and that he always views her very, very highly due to their history. But at this point, okay, because I know that's kind of how if he keeps bragging to her, I know that's kind of how the Roxy kind of gets introduced to the other members of his group and his friends, but I'm not sure her skill is necessarily. I do kind of feel like while he does kind of introduce her to his party before they end up meeting her, that's why Eris and Sylphie are able to accept her so quickly, is because Rudy's always spoke so highly of her, and because somebody that they really respect is speaking of her so highly, they're kind of primed to like her. But I also feel like, Roxy has done quite a bit on her own. She ended up tutoring a royal prince. And, that's not something you just fall into. You have to kind of develop some sort of note for yourself. She had been an adventurer. She's A-class adventurer, which is generally impressive. Oh, really? Okay. I didn't remember that because, again, as I've mentioned a couple times already, it's been a while since I last read the books, to their fullest. The most recently I read anything was when I was working on my video on the first volume of Mushoku Tensei, where, of course, I had the book open as I was scripting that. And I've been meaning to really kind of go back and completely reread everything. And, if I continue working on the Mushoku Tensei analysis videos, that's something I'm probably going to end up doing, although it's going to take me a while to get through them all, obviously. Okay, but so I didn't remember that little detail, so that's actually good to know. Because what was going through my head was when much later on in the series, well past where the anime has gotten, in the books, there's Rudy and Roxy are going to do that big battle in Chiron, where they are going to essentially be creating storms to just fuck everyone up from a distance to support the regular troops. And I remember during that moment, they mentioned, oh yeah, you have the Water King Roxy Magurdia. Like, look at this. This is who we've got supporting us. And the people are taking note of Roxy more so than Rudy. Because, I mean, Rudy's kind of been doing things that are not all that flashy. while Roxy's kind of been really making a name for herself, and Rudy's just kind of been going on his various little... Okay, I don't want to say explicitly what he was doing, just so I don't spoil anything, but when he was going on his, let's say, his targeted missions with specific purposes that don't really... To ease the burden of the person who is involved with time, and Rudy's doing that, those are things that not going to cause very much attention from the regular people. So that's what I was thinking of. So that's why I was thinking that Roxy might have had her own reputation as opposed to just Rudy. So, okay, it's something I'm going to have to look into the books again to kind of really figure out what the difference is, because also getting to A rank adventurer, that's something that's also going to get you noticed. Like, you know, people are like, holy shit, Paul was S rank. That was like a big deal. And A rank is kind of the peak of people trying to make adventuring their career, because then you can take the 3 highest tiers of job, and S rank is pretty much only for bragging rights.
あらあら、ロキシーにもいい男のお誘いがあるじゃありませんの。
やめてください。だいたい今はそんなことにうつつを抜かしている暇はありません。
Yeah, and again, that's just another showcase of, again, Roxy feels like she's always being belittled. And granted, this is showing the experience at the previous Demon City, because you can see Nokopada there. And in the books, they do show that she has some history with Nokopada as well. And you can see they're kind of, you know, being dicks to her. It's banter. They're not doing it specifically to be mean, but they're pushing at a sore spot, and that's just reinforcing how she is. And I do have to say, I fucking love Tall Hand's beard. Like I know in fantasy media, dwarf beards tend to be kind of over the top like that, but I don't know. I find it very amusing. And especially the fact that, you know, he's a dwarf. He's also just fucking huge. In every way except height.
昔のパウロさんってどんな感じだったのでしょう。
クズじゃな。
クズですわ。あの男の話はしたくありませんの。
そんなこと言いつつこうやって付き合ってくれるあたり、やっぱり仲間ということでしょうか。
And again, and that's one of the things that's you can kind of glean the information that she just said if you actually think about it, where it's like, you know, the two of them clearly have some bad blood with Paul, and that's something that is mentioned in both the books and the anime, that, you know, Paul kind of burned some bridges with his old friends. The exact timeline, I'm not 100% sure about that, because I know he was with the group, and then, you know, they were doing their things, and then they rescued Zenith from the other adventurers who were taking advantage of her. Paul ends up, over time, kind of coercing Zenith into his bed. He gets her pregnant and then actually just like kind of takes responsibility, and that's when they kind of disband, and Paul builds up his own, you know, retired life. He's not retired, he's still working, but like, you know, he's retired from being an adventurer. And so I'm not exactly sure when the bridge was truly burned. We don't know exactly what he did to piss people off. But it's you know, it's you can see that Paul was just, you know, he was not the nicest person back in the day. He did a lot of growing up because of Rudy, because of becoming a father. So we don't know exactly what he did. But it is nice to but yeah, but then Roxy does mention is like, you know, even though they have this bad blood, they're kind of willing to go out of their way to help him and his family, to show that, you know, even despite their animosity, they still do care. But again, I kind of wish they just showed it instead of saying it. I mentioned earlier that that's one of my pet peeves. It's like, come on. It's not hard for an average viewer to pick up.
しかし、一体何をやったんでしょうか、パウロさん。
Oh, one sec. I gotta do a little bit of muting so that the stream doesn't get completely nuked. Yeah, and again, just this whole segment here of, just showing Elise doing Elise things. Again, it's a nice little bit of early misdirection showing her to be kind of this just blindly promiscuous character. And later we'll learn that there's a reason for it. But right now it's played off as comedy just because she's very over the top about it. Yeah, basically they're still supporting Paul despite their issues with one another. And I know that Ancap, you didn't watch a lot of the early streams when I was really going through season 1 a lot. I mean, the season 1 part 1 a lot. But, one of the things about Paul is that, he was not always a very good dude. Like, he did some pretty nasty stuff in the past. And it's one of the things that I don't think the anime really, or the books really showcase a lot of, is that he did a lot of maturing in a very short amount of time. Because he was, if I remember correctly, he was like 21 when he had Rudy. Or, no, I think it was 19 when he had Rudy. So he'd been an adult for 4 years, because 15 is the age of majority in Mushoku Tensei. But he had left home at like 12. So, he'd been spending 7 years kind of doing his own thing, seeking out sword training, leaving that, becoming an adventurer, going to the highest rank possible before he ends up impregnating Zenith and kind of doing the right thing. And that was the catalyst for him kind of making a change in his life, because he realized, oh shit, I'm going to be a father now. My father fucked me up. I don't want to be like that. And then he becomes very introspective and a surprisingly good father in a very short amount of time, in the 7 years that he was with Rudy before he sends him off to the Boreas Grey Rats. But like, he was like a bad dude. I mean, he's also a rapist. Like, he raped Lilia when they were young. I think he was probably around 13 or 14 at that time. So like, it's not, he was not the person he would eventually become, but he was still, not a good dude. Yeah, that's true. We all make mistakes. I'm not denying that. Granted, I don't think most of us have made mistakes quite so severe. But yeah, and that's the thing we say is Paul was just an asshole. He was a very talented swordsman, and it got to his head, and he kind of just did whatever he did. And of course, he inherited the Grey Rat libido, so he kind of utilized that. And again, once he had Rudy, that was kind of the thing that made him say, oh shit, I can't be like this for the rest of my life. I need to be better. And so he grew a lot very quickly. And, it's a nice little nod towards that, even though the timeline I'm not quite sure about. And they don't really highlight in the anime or the books just how fast that transformation was. Which I think is a shame, because I think Paul is a great character.
スペルド族の中でも特に危険で、その名の通り、その姿を見てしまえば生きては帰れないとか。
Okay, another thing I do like is, despite the fact that they're really highlighting Roxy's insecurities and kind of playing her up as comic relief at this point in the story, I do like how she basically became the party's leader, even though she's kind of the one directing things. And Tall Hand and Elise, who but on their own are very capable warriors, and they have these very grown up styles in different ways, where Tall Hand is the big bulky dwarven warrior. Even though he's short, he looks like a grizzled old man basically. like the kind of person who, like, oh, you look at him wrong, he might fuck you up, even though he's like a very nice character. He's a sweetheart. So he's not like that, but he kind of has that appearance of the tough, gruff warrior. And Elena Elise is obviously a highly sexual character, and she has the visual style to match that. And contrast that with Roxy, who is, again, she is meant to look like a child. That's her person. That's her, just due to her biology, her being a part of the Migard race. That's just how she ages, even though she's, I want to say she's around 45 at this point. And despite her insecurities and her youthful appearance, she's the one kind of calling the shots, which I kind of, even though Elena Elise is teasing her, they ultimately do defer to this younger looking character.
でもね、
エリーナ・リーゼさん、真面目に聞いてください。デッドエンドは実在する人物なんです。それと同じ名前の冒険者パーティーが魔力災害の後、魔大陸で急激に名前が売れ出した。これは偶然なんでしょうか。
けれどいい男という話ですわ。長身で色白で槍を持つ美男子だとか。私がベッドで聞いてみましょうか。
わしが聞いたところ、デッドエンドは3人組。
And I will say it again, I do really love how they're portraying Elena Elise early on, because they really are trying to misdirect the viewer to thinking she is just this dumb bimbo. Even though, because she has to sleep around due to her curse, but also she does kind of have a playful personality. She does like to tease and poke fun at people around her in a loving way. So it does a great job of setting the viewer up to think she's just like that, so that I imagine that when the anime actually gets to the point where you learn more about her, it's going to have like a lot of impact for the viewers.
とにかく喧嘩っ早い赤毛の剣士狂犬のエリス。子供好きで悪事を見逃せない番犬のルイジェルド。それとにかく悪いことしかしないチビの魔術師。
Huh?
飼い主のルージェ
Why
ルド。
is it?
パーティー
Okay, I don't know why it's
番はあまり良くないが、番犬
hitching
は
up
いい
like
やつ
that.
らしい。
But yeah.
おかしい。
Excuse me. I don't know. Why are you doing this? Okay, hold up for a sec. I'm going to try to restart this, see if that actually fixes anything. Because it is going.
まあロキシーはまず
It's going a little slow, and I don't know why. Oh. Okay, I think it's
時に悪党に目をつけられてはかなわん。
okay. I think
ましてや、いい人なんて。
okay. We're almost there. So I don't know what was causing that issue, but
子供好き
it
で
should
悪
be
事を見
better
逃
now.
せない番犬のルイジェルド。それととにかく悪いことしかしないチビの魔術師飼い主のルージェルド。パーティーの評判はあまり良くないが、番犬はいいやつらしい。
Yeah, and it is funny how they just because of how goofy Rudy and Eris are, the party's reputation isn't actually very good. They're just, kind of like powerful troublemakers, even though the actual super Ruijerd is like genuinely is the supered who is being treated with the most respect. They're like, oh no, he's a good dude, and it's just a funny little dynamic there.
おか
Because
し
it's
い
going
ですね。
because they're kind of accomplishing their reputation with making the supered have a good reputation. They're accomplishing their goals, not their reputation. Accomplishing their goals by trying to have Ruijerd be given a high reputation, because he's trying to restore the reputation of the supered, but also completely failing in the fact that they're just fucking up their own reputation, as opposed to being noble heroes. They're just kind of troublemakers,
スペルト族は
because
赤毛ではあり
Rudy
ません
is
し、
a
魔
goofball
術
and
師でも
Eris
ない
is
はず。
insane.
ましてや、いい人なんて。とにかく、関わり合いにならないよう注意しましょう。もし本物のデッドエンドであれば、命がいくつあっても足りません。
そうじゃな。これから人探しをするときに悪党に目をつけられてはかなわん。
では気を取り直して本題に入りましょう。フィットア寮の方々に関して何か情報はありましたか？
ないな。
全然ありませんわね。
すでに転移してから一年
Yeah. So
遅すぎたのかもしれませんね。
yeah. So I know they briefly mentioned the kind of aftermath of the Fatoa displacement event in the previous season in part one. Again, I still think of it as a different season, but yeah, it's just goes to show that everybody kind of got teleported all over the world. I don't think they really highlighted yet just how many people ended up dying because of it and how much upheaval things went through. But it's just kind of going to show that they're on this journey to find Paul's family, and even I don't know that they highlight very much how it feels kind of futile to them. Where it's been a year and the people they're looking for, there's no information about them. So there's the question of, are they alive? Or because one thing that was mentioned in the books, not so much the anime, at least at this point, was that, a good number of people got basically teleported into the ocean. So, they were just screwed from the start. So they don't know if that's what happened to any of the people they're looking for. And yet they're still going on a journey to find them. So it's a nice little bit showcasing that these are all just genuinely good people.
私たちが探すのはパウロさんの家族です。
ゼニス、リーディア、アイシャ、そしてルーデウスか。
まあゼニスなら大丈夫ですわね。
引退したとはいえ、元 S 級冒険者じゃしな。
ルーデウスも目立ちますから、生きていればすぐ見つかるはずです。となると、やはり探すべきはリーディアとアイシャですね。
わかりましたわ。
Although it's also another interesting thing. They mentioned that that Zenith was an S-ranked adventurer because she was in a party with Paul, and they together became S-rank. With they were also partied with Illinois and Tallhand, so they're all S-rank adventurers. They also mentioned Rudy's also shows that they just think very highly of Rudy, so or at least Roxy does. So that's why she's like, yeah, now Rudy can take care of himself. But then it's interesting that they kind of don't have the same opinion of Lily and Aisha. Well, I mean, Aisha obviously is still a kid. But when it comes to Lilia, I guess she probably doesn't have the reputation behind it. But she was a competent warrior in her own right before her injury. Where, she was a member of the Royal Guard, where she would protect the royal family of Asura, and she did end up at one point saving the life of who I'm like 99% sure is Ariel, who she stopped an assassin who was going to kill her, and that's why she ended up taking a poisoned dagger, and that's what kind of ended her career as a guard. But Lilia is pretty competent in her own. Even with her injury, I'm willing to bet she could put up some resistance if push came to shove. Even though, again, they mentioned that she can't really do much athleticism anymore. But it doesn't, hinder her everyday life.
明日また情報を集めてみますの。
So I imagine in short bursts she could probably do something. Although, granted, she might not. It might just be the poison might have just basically hard capped her in terms of what she can physically do. They never really explain what that poison was or how it works. Just that, it was pretty powerful because it kind of fucked her up, and even the royal healers couldn't completely fix her. Which, again, when you know how powerful magic is in Mushoku Tensei, that's unusual because they the really powerful healing mages can do things like they can restore limbs. But, whatever the poison was, they used detoxification to get the poison out of her, and then healing to heal some of the damage. The fact that they couldn't heal at all just goes to show how powerful that poison was.
ませんが、お二人ともよろしくお願いします。
ほらこっちこっち。ほら行こうぜ。
上の村を離れて6年。ルディはどれくらい大きくなったのでしょうか。
Yeah, and it's nice to show that she's still thinking about Rudy, because he was, as much as she was an important figure in his life, where, she kind of gave him that first push into growing up. But, and so that's something he's always going to idolize her for. But, he's also the student who kind of encouraged her love of teaching. So, she's still thinking about him, wondering how he is, even aside from the fact that she's looking for his family. And then it's kind of cool that they get to replay this scene again as a nod to what they do in the books. Yeah, intermediate style. Yeah, that sounds about right. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, again, she's not like somebody who can really stand up with the best in the world like Rudy and Eris and everyone else can, or at least they will be able to. And that's one thing is Mushoku Tensei, the power scaling comes off as a little weird, where because we're constantly bombarded by these over-the-top, extremely powerful people, it's hard for us to really internalize that just how strong they are, because when you realize, intermediate level is still like a good few years of active training. Like, it takes a while. It's a reasonable level of skill, and that's why, guards... I know at one point Rudy ends up fighting a bunch of people who are guardsmen who are intermediate level water swordsmen, which is, you immediately think, oh, that's not very good. But then you realize, no, that's like years of study and training. So Lilia, while she can't do the same things as the other people we meet, she's reasonably capable, all things considered. And especially since, as a guard, she probably learned water, intermediate sword god style. Yeah, again, I don't know what she was training in with Paul back when they were training together, but I know guards usually know water swordsmen. Again, but even sword god style, intermediate rank, you're still going to be able to kind of hold your own and protect yourself against a lot of threats. Although, again, of course, she has a young child, so that's going to complicate things. Yeah. Yeah. And of course, it's cool to see just the other perspective of this scene, where and again, Roxy is just very, very terrified of the super, because she had grown up being told all the stories about how evil they were and all this stuff, and she was the one who initially brought that to Rudy, where she's like, oh yeah, the super are scary, they'll kill you and your family, just stay away from them. So, it's nice to bring that back a little bit. And then of course they do the Scooby-Doo shit where she just misses Rudy. And then of course the moans that Rudy heard in the last episode are actually just Elena Elise, and Roxy walks in on her.
あら、ノキシ、帰ってたんですの。あなたも混ざりますの。
And this scene is just, this is just funny how, again, Roxy sees sex and just completely freaks out. And again, this scene is just funny, but I mean, I do find some interesting implications that she is casting these spells only saying the name. So the thing is, we know that Roxy ultimately is able to shorten a lot of the incantations she uses, especially with like the really high rank stuff. Like she ends up stuff from like a minute or two and drops it down to like a couple sentences for some high ranks spells. And that's a big thing where she never learns to fully silent cast, but she does get closer to it than most. And you gotta wonder, is this an example of that, where she's just been able to shorten Icicle Break enough to that she only has to say the final words of the incantation? Because this is meant to be comedic. It's a joke. It's funny that she just freaks out when she sees Elena Elise getting gangbanged and then just has an emotional reaction to it and just destroys the place. Like, yeah, I get that the point of this is a joke, but you gotta wonder, are they actually like explicitly showing, oh yeah, she's managed to shorten these incantations? Or did they just kind of forget that you're supposed to do incantations and that it's very rare to not do them? I don't know. But it's an interesting thing to think about.
宿の修理費かなり痛い出費です。
And it's also another nice little dynamic with Roxy, how she is doing things where, again, even though she is basically the leader of the party, especially when she's next to Elise, she's the more adult appearing of the two emotionally, at least in terms of maturity. Even though, of course, obviously physically she looks younger, and she also is way younger. Elise is hundreds of years old. Roxy's like 45. And but also Roxy's mannerisms are much more childlike. They're definitely leaning on that entire dynamic. They're playing around with it, and I do like that.
情報収集も中途半端ですし、全部エリナリーゼさんが悪いんです。
仕方ありませんわ。路地裏で情報収集してたら熱烈なお誘いを受けたんですもの。だ
からってここに5人ですよ。
ロキシーもそのうちわかりますわ。私のように美しく強い冒険者があんなチンピラになすすべもなくおもちゃにされる。そう考えただけで子供ができそうになる感じが。知りたくありません。まあロキシーはまず最初の一人を見つけなくて。
Yeah, I don't want to harp on it, but again, I do like how they're kind of playing up Elise's personality, just again as a setup for the eventual reveal of why she is this way.
どう？今度一緒に。
絶対やりません。
And then, of course, Tall Hand's just kind of fucking used to it. And I do like Tall Hand. I think he's a good character. You don't see as much of him in the series. He doesn't really have as much of an arc as a lot of other characters, which is a shame. I do like him, but at the same time, there are so many characters in the series, and so many of them do get arcs, and I will be the first to tell you that later on in the series, one of the biggest problems is that it gets to the point where there might actually be too many characters, and that some of them do feel kind of sidelined as a result. So as much as I'm saying, yeah, I do kind of wish we heard more from Tall Hand or more from everyone else, I do realize that that's probably not exactly feasible, because even the characters that we do have, there's just not enough time for them all. And those are like my biggest issues, like especially my biggest issue with the series as a whole is, Rudy ends up having a number of children towards the later parts of the series, and we just never really see much of any of them. He does have one moment with Roxy's daughter, with the daughter he has with Roxy, where there's like a really touching moment between them. But he also has these other kids, and it's kind of a case of where he'll come back from a job, and he'll have a little bit of an interaction with them, or you'll have a little explanation of how they feel about each other and that kind of thing, but then moves on, and eventually they kind of grow up and you don't even really see it. And that's probably my biggest complaint about the series, is that you don't really they introduce, Rudy has children. That's kind of the full circle of Paul is a father to Rudy. Rudy eventually accepts Paul as his father, and then Rudy has his own children that he can kind of father, and he has his own difficulties with that. And they just never really properly explore it, and that kind of does disappoint me.
迷宮の奥底で偶然助けられるんです。そしてそのまま力を合わせていくうちに互いに声が芽生えて迷宮を脱出したところで。
And that is funny because she has that idea of what is going to happen to her, and I don't remember off the top of my head if this is something that somebody actually told to her. I imagine it has to be, but like I don't think it was like Hiragami or anything, but somebody did kind of give her that little prophecy about her love life, and it's funny because it actually ends up coming completely true, just not in the way she thinks. And it's also funny because Elise is kind of chastising her for having this romantic idea of what her love life is going to be. But then later on, Elise is going to meet Cliff. Cliff is kind of like, the eager virgin who asks her out. And she like immediately falls head over heels for him. to the point where you think she's just joking at first until you realize no, she actually does like have this romantic love for him. It's just all it took was just somebody approaching her earnestly for something that is not her body, and she just becomes the hopeless romantic. It's pretty funny, and it's a nice little setup for that. I am noticing that the people who made the anime, the writers specifically, you can tell that they not only read the books, but they're actually taking a lot of what the books are doing into consideration and throwing in a number of just little tiny nods to people who are coming from the books like myself. And I do really appreciate it.
Garus はルイジェルドを運んでくれた。代わりにザントポートに着いた時、とある密輸品を解放するのが条件だ。なんだかきな臭いが、今は頼るしかない。
And they're also kind of lightly misdirecting the viewer to the idea that, oh, this guy Gallus might actually just be kind of, you know, a decent dude who's just kind of involved in some less than savory things. And, you know, we mentioned that they're gonna liberate the product because he's a criminal, and it starts out you realize, oh, the stuff they gotta liberate is the child slaves they find, when the reason they're doing that is so they can lead him back to the village to enslave him even more. But they're kind of setting him up to be almost kind of like not a hero character, but like an okay character until they eventually kind of do the twist and show who he really is. Another thing is, and I mentioned in the past that Mushoku Tensei loves its little tonal shifts where it'll showcase one strong emotion. In this case, it's the excitement of journeying across the ocean. You can see the bright colors, the turquoise sea and the yellow sky. It's all really happy, and then it's going to kind of shift into this fantasy. Which I will say, I absolutely love the artwork they're doing here. It looks, it's in a different style than the rest of the show. It's really cool. I like it. And it leads up into another, a tonal shift. And the idea is that this is going to be funny. They do have this sequence of events in the books. It's handled a little bit differently, but yeah. I mean, I know the dog does matter in this story because I don't remember off the top of my head. I mean, I'm pretty sure they mentioned that Gallus wanted them to liberate the children because the idea is that the children would then lead them back to the Doldaya village, which they would then attack and take more slaves from there. But I know the dog is actually the really important part to them because it is their sacred beast, and it's not just a superstition. He actually does have some like mystical elements to him, which will somewhat come into being later on. Although, again, I think the dog, as much as I do like the dog, is a great. He's a lot of fun. It's, they don't fully explore that aspect of him either, but yeah, the dog is also way more important than it seems at this point. But the reason Gallus wanted them there was for the slaves.
たどり着いた先は孤島でヒロインと二人きりの生活が始まる。最初は俺のことを嫌がってたヒロインも。
This scene is kind of funny because he's basically going through all the tropes of, a survival romance type story, and it's meant to be funny, although in the anime, it does kind of seem like it's just funny more than anything else, and to set up the future tonal shift. Even though in the books, it was a way of Rudy kind of. The way I've always explained it is that Rudy, because of his past life, the fact that he spent so much time in isolation, 20 years in isolation, and the fact that he essentially the only happiness he felt was sexual pleasure from masturbating. So he kind of interprets a lot of positive emotions as sexual desire. And even though it's getting to the point where he's starting to get over that in some way, he's still kind of there. And even once he's kind of overcome everything, he realizes he actually does have, like, you know, a reasonable libido. He is kind of a horny character. But he just manages to process that in a healthy way as he grows up. But in the books, a big thing was he was comforting Eris during this point. And, you know, Eris gets very seasick, and that's what the tonal shift is going to be. But, you know, Eris gets seasick, and he basically he spends his time just kind of comforting her and healing her. And part of it is, you know, his mind kind of wanders as he's doing that. And, you know, the idea of tentacles kind of gets him excited. And that's just another showcase of how his brain kind of twists things sexually. Because he's feeling these strong, caretaking emotions towards Eris. Because, you know, she's sick, she's suffering, and he's there trying to help her through it. And, you know, if you've ever had a family member who was sick, like especially a younger family member, and you're just sitting there taking care of them, you feel these very protective emotions of them. You are happy that you're able to provide some comfort, but you feel bad that you can't make the bad feelings go away. And that's what Rudy is basically feeling towards Eris when he's comforting her during her seasickness. And that's why his brain kind of takes it in a sexual direction. And he has this whole fantasy of his. But then, of course, he refrains from doing anything over the line because he has that moral boundary that he set when they made their 5-year promise. That being said, I do find the way they kind of portrayed this fantasy of his, I thought it was very funny. I will say one thing I'm also happy about with Season 1 Part 2 so far, as opposed to Season 1, is that they're actually willing to cover Rudy's dick finally. And, you know, as just a regular viewer, you know, a penis is not going to bother me personally. But the fact that I'm streaming this and I'm going to be discussing it live, when I first saw that, I'm like, oh shit, I'm going to have to edit that out. So I'm glad that I didn't have to edit it out for this one. The only editing I actually had to do was stitching the clips together and putting the timestamp on the screen. Which, and for those of you watching on YouTube, which is most of you at this point, the reason I have that timer on screen is so you can follow on your own if you want to. So you can watch it without having that filter over top, which unfortunately is necessary so that the stream doesn't get nuked. I mean, and also not just because the stream, to keep the stream from getting nuked, but also because every time I finish a stream, I do keep the VOD up, but a few snippets of each of them always have to be cut out for copyright stuff, because even though I do think this is fair use, I do think I would win a dispute, I just don't want to spend the weeks dealing with it, so I'd rather just trim out a few minutes of the entire thing. Yeah. That was one thing is I actually tested when it comes to the anime, because I actually did test this on my own, is that with the anime, it's the stuff they check for is actually the visuals. The audio doesn't seem to actually be in Content ID. I'm going to guess that the OP and ED audio probably is in Content ID, which is why I mute the OPs when they happen. Or at least I mute the stream. I mute the desktop source for the stream when the OP's happening. I still hear them in mine, and Twitch and Kick will still hear them. But yeah, it's interesting. It does seem like the visuals are what the show is what Content A is looking for. Audio tends to be just for music. So again, I mean, the first couple streams I think the first 2 streams I did actually have the audio muted on YouTube. But then I actually decided to test it. I uploaded I obviously didn't make it public, but I uploaded a clip of Mushoku Tensei with just a blank screen, but the audio was playing, and I did not get a claim for it. So I realized, I can actually do that safely. So that's what I do now. But yeah, like I was saying, I am so happy that they are not making me do as much editing because of this. Like they're actually covering his dick finally. And honestly, I think it's funnier this way because rather than him just kind of having it all hanging out, you know, they do like the Adam and Eve leaf thing, and I think that's funny. Although I will say, when I first watched it, I thought for a second that I could see the leaf dangling. I'm like, oh god, is that his dick again? But no, that's actually just a leaf. And then yeah, tonal shift to the seasickness, which is kind of funny. Although I will say one thing, another little note is he seems to be silent casting healing magic. He's not supposed to be able to do that. That's like one of the big points they brought from that was in the books, is the idea that healing magic is an opposition school for Rudy. So that's something he has a difficulty with dealing with. And while he does end up being very good at healing magic, I think he ends up peaking at Saint rank, which again, that's better than most, but at the same time, his attack magic skill is at the king, emperor, god level or thereabouts. Again, he officially reaches king rank in water magic. He's been shown to have the power level of an emperor rank, and people are saying he might be scraping the border of divine levels of power, but that's besides the point. The fact that, you know, even though it's saint tier healing magic he gets to do, it still lags behind the rest of his magic. And he also explicitly mentions that despite being like his thing being silent casting, he never manages to silent cast healing magic. He just can't do it. And that's one of the things they showcase with Sylphie, is that when they meet up again, we see that Sylphie does silent cast healing magic, so she has surpassed him in that way. But so they're showing Rudy healing Eris, and I get that they're doing it so that they can have the conversation while it's happening, but you know, also Rudy he shouldn't be able to do that. So it might be an inconsistency there. Yeah. Okay, I mean that could be a way they decided to do it. I know in the books, again, because and this might just be a case of they needed to change it because of the limits of the adaptation. But in the book, the thing Rudy is he's just continuously casting healing magic. He's just casting a simple healing spell over and over and over again to try to continuously put Eris at ease. And that's just and again, a lot of the stuff that goes on is him speaking in his head to the reader. He's narrating. So obviously the anime can't really do that to the same effect. So again, they could have come up with an explanation. It could be an oversight. I'm just not sure off the top of my head. And I will say, while this bit coming up is kind of funny, so, you know, he obviously just kind of left to jerk off, and Chris could kind of tell, and that's kind of funny. But it is another showcase because they're gonna have another callback soon to the They're gonna call back to the scene in the bedroom from episode 7, I want to say, where Rudy ends up, or maybe episode 8, I'm not sure, where Rudy ends up pushing things a little too far with Eris. He's put into this position where Eris is being vulnerable with him, and he ends up kind of taking advantage of that, and he feels really bad because he hurts her. In this case, it's almost the same kind of thing where Eris is in a very vulnerable state with him, and he's trying to take care of her, and he's, you know, his brain is making it sexual, but he actually ends up controlling himself and doing the responsible thing, dealing with it himself, as opposed to actually, you know, expressing that urge, which is a result of him really internalizing that mental promise that promise he made to her. They said 5 years before we do anything, and that just becomes kind of the thing he uses to control himself around Eris. And it's I like how they were all standing on the mast, acting almost kind of like lookouts, but none of them were in the actual like little basket, the lookout perch. Okay, yeah, not so much to say with these shots here, but yeah.
もう船になんか乗らないわ。
いえ、ミリス大陸から中央大陸までもう一度乗る必要があります。
その時はまたずっと。
Yeah, see, so he just keeps casting healing on her the whole time. That's kind of how they do that. Yeah, the crow's nest. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. Thank you for that. But yeah, they showed like Rudy is kind of constantly casting healing, and again, it might just be a case of he had just done the incantation before the scene started, so it was just the resulting magic. They may have just been overlooked the thing. I don't know. Doesn't really matter all that much.
ヒーリングしてくれる。
いいですけど、今度はエッチなことをするかもしれません。
なんで意地悪言うのよ。
意地悪ではない。本当に辛いのだ。
It's funny.
僕も我慢するのに必死なんです。
しょうがないわね。次はちょっと触るくらいならいいわよ。
And again, this is a direct callback to that scene from before the displacement event, again, where it was right after Rudy's birthday, and Eris is with him, and he tries to kind of separate himself from things by basically saying, "Hey, I'm going to be doing dirty things if you stay." And she goes, "Okay, well maybe just a little bit," and he ends up kind of going for it at that point, which is why he ends up pushing things too far. He hurts her, and then he takes that as an important lesson for himself. Like, I don't want to hurt this person again. I'm going to keep my hands to myself. And then they make the 5-year promise, and that's kind of the thing he latches on to. As like, this is going to be my line. Nothing until 5 years from now. And now they're doing the same kind of thing again, where he's basically saying, hey, he's again trying to kind of avoid an uncomfortable situation for him by saying, hey, if you do things, I'll have to do dirty things. And she's like, okay, well maybe just a little. And now he's kind of explicitly talking about how no, I'm gonna like really go for it. But at the same time, he does end up kind of controlling himself and saying, no, I'm not doing this. So it's the exact same scene, but he's more grown up this time.
わかったわ。
Okay, and excuse me again, because I do again need to use the bathroom. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Again, sorry about that. I am in the habit of drinking a lot of water because I work a physical job, and I have medication that makes me thirsty, and I also want to drink a lot so I don't destroy my voice from talking so much. So, unfortunately, that is the one downside of that. I honestly don't know how a lot of streamers are able to do this for like 12 hours a day every day, because I will say, by the end of a stream, my voice is kind of is suffering. But don't feel bad for me. I'm having a good time. That's why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because I enjoy it.
あまり期待させるようなことを言わないでほしいものだ。
And of course, that's just funny. I like that. And I do really like this moment, this scene in general as well, because it starts out just a little shady because these guys are smugglers, and Rudy's going to retrieve his companion from the shady deal that they made, which was necessary for financial reasons. But then each scene they get makes it more and more uncomfortable. You start to see, oh, these are actually bad people, and I really love how they did this. I mean, for starters, in fantasy stuff like this, when they start going down a trap door, it never leads to anything good. Yep. Yeah, and then it just gets yeah, and then just every new shot is just something else that makes Rudy very, very uncomfortable. Like, oh, something's not good about this. The guy casually talking about killing somebody. These people gambling and acting like not great people. Then the prisons, and of course they got somebody being aggressive with, okay, the dog is gonna become important later, and this is a good way to introduce him to the viewer. But then it's done to show that it draws Rudy's attention, and then the guard acts like an asshole to him, an aggressive person to him, and then while the purpose of that is mostly to introduce the existence of the dog to Rudy and to the viewer, it also goes to show that another element of what's making Rudy uncomfortable is that this guard acts like aggressive towards him. And it's just another thing adding on to how he's feeling more and more uncomfortable. And then this is the part where you're really supposed to feel uncomfortable, where they're, mistreating children, which nobody likes that. It's designed to make you feel very bad about the things that are happening. And I don't think it helps that I think whoever did the voice for the children, I think they did a very good job of making them actually sound like children in distress. Like, because it made me uncomfortable watching this, and I still feel uncomfortable rewatching this, and I think that's like a good thing. And then, yeah, like just... And I mean, that's probably, and and I gotta wonder, it sounds like they might have killed that kid, because although the timeline doesn't quite make a whole lot of sense to me, because Ruijerd will mention that they killed a kid for crying too loudly, but that makes it sound like it happened in the past, as opposed to just right then Rudy witnessing it. So I don't know, it doesn't really make a whole lot of difference either way, but it's just another thing to make you feel very bad about the things that are happening. And then also Ruijerd just kind of sitting there, because how he feels about children. That's like a big established thing. Like, again, he killed the dude for just kicking Rudy. So like, he's definitely going to be seething. But also you can see him still just kind of sitting there with the bag over his head, and realize he's probably just been stonewalling like that the entire time. So it's a difficult... It's just a visceral visual.
ルーデウス、耳を貸せ。従属の子供が捕らえられている。5人だ。さっきまで6人だったから。
Okay, yeah. The child is just injured and they killed him. Okay, yeah. I was just thinking. I just wasn't sure if that was the same kid that got killed in the anime or not. Part of me wants to think that, because Rudy does end up healing them, but I don't know. And I know there are other changes to this scene that I do specifically remember. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense, because I do mention that. Yeah, the one child is just actually dead, but the others are fine after Rudy heals them. And I know they changed the scene in other ways too. Well, and again, it's been a while since I've read it, so I don't remember all the details, so I don't remember exactly everything that's been changed. I do you know, when it comes to the bigger change later, I'll talk about that because I actually do have things to say.
一人泣きわめいた子供が殺された。
解放する密輸品ってあの子たちのことですかね。
だろうな。他に捕らえられている人間はいないようだ。無論全員助けるのだろう。
And another thing I'll mention is I know the voice acting in general I think is done very well in this series. I mentioned this in part 1, but Ruijerd's voice acting in particular is very, very good. And you know, I like how the voice actor is able to actually portray the idea of Ruijerd just barely containing his rage here. And okay, and yeah, okay, and I'll be honest, I don't remember that specifically, so yeah, I could just be, yeah, who knows? I mean, again, I'll take your word for it, basically. So, and I mean, it's a minor change, all things considered, but I think it does actually do a good job of just showing how awful these slavers really are. Even though, I mean, I don't think they need any extra help being portrayed as awful, but you know, the fact that they killed a kid is kind of like, oh yeah, there's like no good person that does that kind of thing.
でも結構な数の警備がいますよ。どうします？
皆殺しだ。
皆殺し。
子供を殺すような奴らだぞ。
And that being said, it's also a great way to kind of, because the big thing about Rudy is that he is very, very against the idea of killing whenever it can be helped. Because he just, again, that was like a big thing with Ruijerd, where he tried to push him not to kill people. And he would always take the option of not ending someone's life if he could at all help it. And the few deaths that he has witnessed so far all kind of fucked him up. And but that now they're at the point where like, oh, these people are actually child murderers. They take children as slaves and then are okay with killing them. This is like the biggest test of that moral principle. And you know, it's not the end of things, because Rudy does end up killing people as time goes on occasionally. He tries to avoid it as much as possible. There's sometimes in battles he ends up doing things that he knows are going to kill people, but he kind of, you know, he doesn't actually see who he kills, so he doesn't care. Then later when he fights in a pitched battle, he knows that the lightning he's causing is killing people, and that is something he has to work through. And you know, just Rudy's relationship with killing is a big thing that affects him moving forward, even though it's not like at the forefront of his story arc. And I do like how this is like the first real test of that. Is like I think most people watching this would be hard pressed to say that child murderers don't deserve to die, you know.
何話してやがる。そいつを連れてさっさと切ろ。
どうする？できれば穏便に済ませてほしい。しかしこの警備、
何突っ立ったんだ。
どのみち交戦は避けられない。
聞いてんのか。
Yeah,
ルイジェルトにやらせてはいけない。バレたらまたスペルド族の悪評が広まってしまう。やればいいじゃないか。
早くしろよ。
どうせ赤の他人。
yeah, and again, that's one thing is Rudy is having a very emotional reaction to this, obviously. But he's still, you know, he can't really fully process that. So he is trying to kind of logic it through, and it just doesn't work like that. And also, I will say it's kind of neat now that he has the demon eye. Just seeing the extra ring in his eye is actually really neat. It leads to a lot of cool shots like this. And again, I mentioned earlier that I really do like heterochromia as a element of character design, so it's cool to see anything similar to that.
ルーデウス。安心しろ。お前は手を汚さなくてもいい。
いえ、僕がやります。
お前の手はエリスを守るためのものだろう。俺のことは心配す
Yeah,
る。
and that's another thing where Ruijerd is also still, despite the fact that he is, again, he's like literally doing the hand clenching thing like the one Arthur meme. But the Ruijerd, even in his, this is probably the angriest he's been so far. Even then, he's able to still think about Rudius and care about what he thinks is important to him. He's like, he knows that Rudy does not like killing. He's like, don't worry about it. This needs to be done. I'll be the one to do it. I know you don't like this. I know you just want to protect Eris. Let me do the difficult task so you don't have to. And I know part of Rudy kind of wants to be able to, again, protect the Supered reputation, to make it so, you know, even though it ultimately doesn't matter. If they end up dying and a Supered walks out, they're going to know what's going on. But, you know, he just can't, he can't bring himself to kill, which is, you know, it's a good moment for Rudy. And then, you know, get another great Ruijerd face. We haven't seen a whole lot of them yet. There were a couple in the last part, but yeah, it's when he's pissed, he's pissed. And it's also striking the fact that, you know, his hair has partially grown back because, you know, he was keeping it shaved, and now, oh shit, green hair. He's a fucking Supered. He's like the, you know, the murderous psychopaths we were told about as kids. And of course, he is able to portray that because he's just really, really pissed. And yeah, that's another thing. Somebody dies right in front of Rudy. Rudy is just really just viscerally uncomfortable with that, even though he knows, you know, couldn't have happened to a better guy. But at the same time, you know, he doesn't like seeing people die. As I'm sure most people don't. And I will say, as much as this is meant to be a serious scene, the fact that the kid is growling at him is kind of adorable. Yeah. And again, that's another instance of them showing that he's starting to kind of emotionally mature, where he kind of can see what their concerns are. He knows what he needs to do to start to make them feel a bit more comfortable. And he's able to make them feel comfortable, even though at this point he's still not speaking their language. Okay, and this annoys the shit out of me, because this is kind of this is a change from the books that I think in the books it was done in a way that really does highlight some of how Rudy is. Because as I mentioned before, Rudy's big issue right now is that he tends to interpret positive emotions as sexual desire. And that's just something that he's persistently been doing. That's a big reason he felt desire towards Sylphie and Eris and Roxy. And aside from the fact, because these are people who meant a lot to him, the people he really felt strongly about, and he didn't really know how to properly process that. Now, he is starting to grow up, he is starting to develop, he is starting to process his emotions in a more healthy way than before, but he's still not completely over that just yet. And at this point, he's feeling when he meets the beast children, and he is able to heal them, they end up clinging to him. They're happy that somebody is kind to them and saving them. You know, they're all just very grateful to him, and he feels very protective over them. He feels happy, not happy for the situation, but happy that he can be a positive figure for these children at this moment. And the thing is, when he does this, he feels a level of desire in the books, where he mentions that he's, you know, these children are crying and clinging to him. And in the books it mentions that, you know, normally this situation would make me feel very aroused. But the idea is that he is feeling aroused, but it's also making him very uncomfortable because he realizes that he shouldn't be aroused, that he is understanding that the things he's feeling, while he hasn't quite gotten over the whole sex thing, he's starting to really view things in a more healthy manner. So he realizes that, no, he shouldn't be feeling aroused right now, and it makes him deeply uncomfortable. And that's like a great moment to show that he's really starting on his journey of overcoming his core issues. And then the anime, it just completely skips over all of that nuance and just says, "Oh, I can almost see a boob, haha, horny." So that's a big issue I've had with the anime so far is a lot of Rudy's perversions, because we don't really see inside Rudy's head as much as in the books. A lot of Rudy's perversions do just come across as perversions, as opposed to being the result of sexual trauma and social ineptitude due to 2 decades of isolation. The books are pretty clear about the fact that a lot of his issues are down to him being fucked up. Whereas in the anime, a lot of times it's just kind of played off like this, where it's just funny, or it's just, something he does, a part of his core personality, rather than really showing us the underlying things. And I think this is a perfect example of that. There is so much nuance there as to why he's acting and feeling the way he is. The anime just does not show it. And that's why I think a lot of people do dismiss Mushoku Tensei out of hand, where they see it, be like, oh, Rudy's this disgusting pedophile. He's a monster. He's evil. I can never support this. Even though he's much more than his initial actions and urges. And the reason I'm like really harping on about this is because I actually did make a video discussing this topic just in some depth. And I mean, channel members can see it now, but it's going public tomorrow morning. So this topic has been on my mind. And this, I think, is just a great example of they just really fucked it up right here. And I'm not saying it would be an easy thing for somebody for an adaptation to do, but I feel like they really should have tried harder than they did, because a lot of these things, even though they are funny in the books, they're not just funny.
何ですか?
Yeah, they don't explain to that either. Excuse me for a second. Yeah, but oh crap, I accidentally opened up GIMP, so that's gonna okay, well, excuse me for a second. Sorry, I need to do something. Yeah, sorry, I had a sorry about that. I misclicked on that, but I had to get rid of something. Unfortunately, I don't know why my combined chat log is not going to delete that, but I did have to ban that guy. So one of my tasks will be to see if I can find a way to do this. And no. Okay. Yeah, for some reason it's not letting me delete messages. Okay. Whatever. I'll figure it out. That'll be one of my tasks this week. But yeah, like you were saying, but something the anime doesn't mention at all is that they can actually smell arousal. And that's something that is important for plot stuff, but it's also funny. It's also a comedic element, and that's in the books. The idea is that when he's petting the dog, he's still aroused from his thing with the children, and that's why they smell the arousal and think he was sexually assaulting the dog, which is, it's meant to be funny. But yeah, and that's another thing, is the children are uncomfortable around him because of that. Again, there's just a lot of nuance in this scene in particular that's kind of stripped away, and I'm not a huge fan of that. But it is kind of neat to see that his knowledge of Beast God is going to start to come back.
こちらも全員治癒し終わったところです。死んでしまった子は治せませんが。
And again, as much as it's supposed to be a serious scene, seeing the children growling is adorable.
救えなくてすまなかった。
従属の子供たちですね。
ああ。奴らこんな子供たちを無理やり。許せん。
You
No, no, ANCAP is no, it's not that. It was someone in Kick chat. It was a one thing is Twitch and Kick do have their live streams do have a bit of a bot problem. It's not as bad as I think it used to be, but you know, I got some. Every so often they'll spam an ad link in there, and I can delete it from the chat itself, but I use a separate program to combine the chat for the stream. And unfortunately, I can't seem to delete that chat, or at least I'm going to have to really dig into it, see if there's a way to, ideally to delete regular messages so you don't see them on stream anymore, but also to, or if not to do that. Yeah, no, that's fine. IDK hasn't been a problem at all, so, but yeah. Unfortunately, that's an issue I'm going to have to figure out at some point. I don't know, because I don't know why. Let me actually just really quickly check something. Yeah, it does not look. Oh, actually, look, I can. Maybe that'll. Oh wait, no. Okay. Nah, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it's letting me right click to delete your message like there, but it's not letting me delete the actual. Let me just really quickly. Don't worry about it. These things happen. No, it doesn't look like I have any. Let me see if the settings will actually do that. No, I don't know why it's doing this. Okay, whatever. I'll figure it out at some point. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't delete old messages, especially once they've actually been deleted in the, the actual chat. But again, I shouldn't take up any more of the stream trying to work on that. I'll just get back to it. But I will say another thing about it is kind of interesting. He's really finally starting to speak Beast God, and this is the first time we've really heard the language at all. It sounds very similar to Demon God, actually. And again, I'm not 100% sure how the different languages, if they're actually inspired by real languages or not, or if they just kind of made them up. But I do like how they I do really like how they portrayed people speaking different languages in the show, where they'll actually have the different language, and then they'll have the Japanese subtitles for the Japanese viewers. And once it's kind of obvious that a scene is happening in a certain language, then they will switch back to regular Japanese so that it can be understood without subtitles for the people who speak Japanese, of course. But yeah, I love how they actually had meow out there, and they had it in Japanese as well. That's just funny. And of course, Rudy finds it adorable, and that's funny. Also, I didn't realize, can Ruijerd understand Beast God? That's interesting.
ルイジェルドさんはこの子たちをよろしくお願いします。
わかった。敵はもういないが気を抜くな。
了解です。
Yeah, and it's also funny because it's kind of played off as, you know, the kids want you to help the dog. It's like they don't want to leave the dog, and then but then it's actually like a really important thing. It's actually like it has some sort of magical properties to it that make it, you know, the guardian of the village, even though it's, you know, the sacred beast. So it's funny little bit of misdirection there.
いたいた。今助けるから待っててね。
And I do love the little glow of the magic circle, because I think this is the first time we actually see a magic circle in the series. Because I mean, it's cool because it's like a common fantasy thing, but I think we will be and I think it's later on in the series, magic circles become very, very important, since I mean that's just how all the advanced, really high level, intricate magic happens, is because, you know, if it was an incantation, the incantation would be hours long, whereas as magic circle, you just kind of have it there and you can just shove mana into it. So it's kind of cool that they're, you know, showcasing magic circles early on. I like that. And also showcasing that it needs a source of mana to function, which is that crystal up there. And also, I think what he just did was a stone cannon, which they don't really highlight it much in the anime, but in the books, that kind of becomes his main combat spell after a while, because, and it was a pretty notable moment in the books, because he starts out using a lot of water magic because his instructor was a water saint, and he became a water saint too to catch up with her. She obviously couldn't teach him saint rank in other disciplines because she wasn't there. And so Rudy is like primarily a water mage, and eventually he kind of moves to being primarily an earth mage, where he develops his earth magic with his figurines, and then he develops a modified stone cannon spell where he, rather than just kind of launching a chunk of rock at somebody, which is effective enough on its own, he basically turns it into a hollow point bullet, and by adjusting the properties of the spell. And then later he makes a name for himself by using the Quagmire spell in adventuring parties, which is another earth spell. And then he creates his magical armor, which is primarily done with earth magic, with a bunch of magic circles inscribed on it. So Rudy kind of ends up going from primarily a water mage to an earth magician. And, you know, so he uses this stone cannon a lot in combat. That's like his main thing. Hell, when he eventually makes basically a magical shotgun, it ends up firing a bunch of stone cannon spells all at once when he puts magic into it. That's kind of how it works. So he becomes an earth magician. Stone cannon becomes kind of his go-to spell. And I think that might be the first time we've actually seen him cast a stone cannon and they draw no attention to it.
あら、やけにあっさり。ダメよ、ワンちゃん。私には妻と夫が。
And that's funny. I got a wife and a husband, and no.
あー、たまらねえぜ。
やだおえんな言うわけみんなや
Okay, and this is another change from the books, which I think makes a little bit less sense than. Yeah, that's true. That's true. The smoke bombs as well. Yeah. Good point. But yeah, this scene is a little bit different. I know they the previous scene when he's rescuing the children and this scene with the dog we're a lot closer to, we're pretty much right next to each other. There was none of that intermediary where they're out and Rudy goes back in the books, because the idea here is that in the books, Rudy has that uncomfortable arousal with the children where he controls himself. He ends up feeling uncomfortable by his situation, but he still has that lingering arousal. Then he meets the dog. He starts petting it. He's like, because, you know, fluffy dog, you want to pet the dog, right? But then the beast folk come in and they see him playing with the dog, but they can smell his arousal. So they assume he's being sexual with the dog, and that's what kind of leads us. The fact that they kind of walk in and he's just petting the dog and playing with the dog, and they're like, what are you doing to the dog? It makes less sense in the anime. I get that they kind of want to shy away from showing in the anime Rudy really the full extent of Rudy's urges, because it's one of those things that they're already kind of pushing it with with what is conventionally acceptable in the show, because they are showing him, lusting after people like Eris, who at this point is 13. And I guess they don't want to really show the full extents of that. They have on multiple occasions kind of pulled back on that compared to how it is in the books. So I kind of get why they changed it, but also it makes this scene make a whole lot less sense. And that is cool. I know that's a big thing that Beast Folk can do, is they can use voice magic, which that's just a neat little thing. I like how the different races in Mushoku Tensei all have kind of different things they can do. Whereas, the demons tend to have very long lives, and some of them will have their own things going on. The Beast Folk can apply mana to their voices and do things like that. And I mean, that does actually stem back to the lore of Mushoku Tensei, is that these different races all actually started out on different worlds. Like the whole thing about Mushoku Tensei is that it's the six-faced world, where there was the human world, the demon world, the dragon world, the sea world, the heaven world, and the beast world. Yeah, I think I got that right. But yeah, there are 6 worlds, and eventually they all collapsed except the human world for reasons that would be spoilery. But they all are fundamentally different because they all had fundamentally different origins. So that it's kind of neat to see all that kind of coming together here. And of course, because Rudy's never dealt with that, he has no idea how to counter it. Okay, and again, while it is again a deviation that I don't think makes a whole lot of sense from the books, it is funny that they're like, oh, that dumb grin on his face. No, he's just perpetually horny. That's why he has that grin on his face. I do like the Sacred Beast. He's a cool character. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I haven't watched past part 2, episode 3 yet. Again, I'm trying to keep it mostly in line with I'm trying to mostly just watch what's coming up before I do it on stream, just so I can keep my thoughts kind of fresh in my mind. Although I was actually planning on watching the whole season. I did not have the time. I work a physical job. I work in a warehouse. I get very tired after a while. So sometimes there are times when I'll get home and I will, just do my basic stuff, have dinner, take a shower, all that stuff, and then I go right to sleep. So even if I want to work on stuff for the stream or for my videos, I oftentimes can't. So I was going to watch the entire season in preparation for this, but I just didn't. So I only watched the 3 episodes yesterday. But yeah, it is a shame, because one of the things I like about Mushoku Tensei is how they kind of allow Rudy to really explore the magic system in a way that it just showcases that the magic system is different. Oh, what the hell happened did YouTube stream die? Uh-oh. No, okay, nope. The stream seems to be up. It looks like my chat is fucked up though. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. My chat thing kind of fucked up. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, but yeah, they Rudy does explore a lot of the different ways magic functions, and how a lot of magic ends up just being kind of applying your mana to a certain part of things. And that's kind of how the things, like, if he applies mana to his voice directly, and because he is good at, okay, I can see that. It's just whatever the program I'm using to display the chat on stream, which lets me do the combined chat, even though it's only been YouTube viewers chatting so far. If somebody from one of the other streams chats, you'll see it on stream. The program I used disconnected there for a second, and I don't know why, but it doesn't matter. But yeah, so because Rudy is so proficient at silent casting, he kind of has an idea of how to manipulate mana directly. So he does things like he learns the voice casting by applying mana to his voice, or how he's able to kind of apply a temporary battle aura to himself by manually applying the mana to his body, even though he can't really maintain it. And hello, Harry. Good seeing you. But that's one of the things I liked about Mushoku Tensei. They show Rudy kind of experimenting with magic, trying to figure out different ways to manipulate the mana in his body. And when the big reveal happens, that's going to be in season 3 that I'm not going to spoil, it showcases one possible route Rudy could have taken to really understand magic in a more deep and fundamental level through that kind of series of experimentation and research. They don't show that so much here in the anime, and I do think that's kind of a shame, like you said, Rish. Because the magic of Mushoku Tensei is a lot more exciting than it initially seems. It's neat. It does a lot. There's a lot going on there. All right, and so that's episode 13.
こんにちは。元引きニートのルーデウスです。私は本日敷金礼金ゼロ、家賃ゼロで今話題の無料アパートへと来ています。
Okay, and so this intro is very funny. It's it's kind of, and this is kind of when I watched this is kind of the moment I realized just how much season 1 part 2 I really mentioned that they're starting to take more of the stylistic beats from the books and bringing them to the anime in ways that they didn't really do in part 1. And one of the ways they do this is, Rudy is, he's a sarcastic motherfucker. He likes to kind of go off on his own little tangents in his head. When he's in his narration, he does a lot of pop culture references. His brain goes in all sorts of different ways when he's thinking. And that's kind of how he is just in general. And it's normal to the reader because we just see this constantly. They didn't really show that as much in the anime, except for when, he would get horny randomly. But now they're starting to do these things, like with the scene of the fantasy at the desert island with Eris in the previous episodes. Or how in this one he's kind of just going off, like selling the prison like he's a real estate agent. Is bringing Rudy's just quirkiness to the forefront. And I like that because it's a stylistic thing that just presents Rudy in a certain way, and I enjoy seeing that because he's a little different from a typical isekai protagonist, even though it starts out playing him off like a typical isekai protagonist.
建材は温かみのある木材、ブナっぽい何か。ベッドは備え付けられていますが、少し虫が湧いているのが難点です。トイレも完備。この穴で用を足すという仕組みなのでしょう。現代っ子の僕には少し衛生面が気になりますが、それでもこのお値段安い。何せ家賃ゼロですからね。
And the dumb grin on his face
特
is
筆すべ
great.
きはなんと朝夕の食事付き。ここの食事はなかなかのもの。 これが何の肉かは分かりませんが、
I mean, I'll be honest. The food they're feeding him looks kind of decent relative to what his prison conditions are. Because, like, yeah, I don't know.
ま大陸での
You
生活に
expect it
慣
to
れた
be
ものなら、
complete
誰
crap,
も
but
が
you know,
舌鼓を
it
打
doesn't
つこ
look
とで
bad.
しょう。さて、このアパートの目玉、安心のセキュリティ構造。見てください、この堅牢な格子。びくともしません。
And I'm aware this is a nitpick, but he says, "Oh, look at these bars. I can't even budge them." And then they're literally showing him moving the bars as he's doing
入りた
that.
いと思う泥棒はいないでしょう。でも不思議なことに、犯罪者はここに入ってくるんです。
One thing that's being left unsaid is that, you know, he could break out anytime he wanted to. He's a powerful enough magician that, you know, the wooden prison is not going to stop him.
ああ、だって牢屋ですもん。
And again, I do like that they're actually covering his dick this time. It's like it's I am grateful that I did not have to go out of my way to edit that, because that was a bit of a pain when doing the first few episodes, because they seemed to have no problem at that point just randomly showing Rudy's dick, which I obviously can't show on YouTube. Oh, one sec, I just need to mute the audio. Sorry, YouTube viewers, but it has to be done. But I will say, when it comes to the how they're doing the Beast Folk Village, because again, one of the things I also like is the world building and how the anime shows the different regions and how they all just function differently. And I love the verticality of the Beast Village. And I mean, that's kind of thing you would almost normally expect from like this. Actually looks a lot like reminds me of the Swiss Family Robinson, where that's how they describe essentially hollowing. They built a house into a tree, and this kind of thing. Usually you would associate this kind of thing with like wood elves, but yeah, you know, it makes sense for the beast folk to do it like this. And yeah, and it is, yeah, they're, well, that's the thing, is a lot of fantasy media from Japan specifically. Oh yeah, that I do remember that the Sacred Beast kind of advocates for Rudy, and you know, that's why they treat him a little bit better. But yeah, and thank you for reminding me of that. But yeah, the thing about a lot of fantasy media in Japan is that a lot of it is kind of very video game inspired. It's because the way it works is the reason that a lot of Western fantasy elements have made their way into Japanese fantasy is it is down to video games, and especially the early JRPGs like Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy, like the original ones. The idea is that a lot of the people who were originally programming those were basically massive nerds who played tabletop role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons and similar things. Dungeons and Dragons is a Western TTRPG using a lot of influence from Western European fantasy elements, because that's just what we know and what we grew up with. So when these Japanese nerds decided to start getting into programming in the early days and they wanted to create a game, they took what they knew, which was things like Dungeons and Dragons, these Western fantasy games that they like to play, and they basically wanted to create a video game version of that. And that's where the initial, and even if you look at early JRPGs like Final Fantasy 1, its magic and spellcasting system functions pretty much exactly like Dungeons and Dragons, where you can just cast a certain number of spells at each level before having to refresh yourself, as opposed to now where they have a more standard mana system where, you know, this spell costs this much mana. But yeah, and because those are such an important start to the fantasy video game genre, basically, a lot of stuff came inspired by the early JRPGs, and a lot of fantasy kind of followed along that. And because these Western fantasy elements have kind of become incorporated into Japanese fantasy, that's why we see a lot of these Western elements nowadays, which I think is pretty neat. And of course, it is different. It does diverge a little bit. For example, orcs in Japanese fantasy tend to be more pig-like than in in Western fantasy, and this type of beast folk isn't super common in Western fantasy either. But it is. So you are right that it has a lot of Final Fantasy inspiration, but also Japanese fantasy as a whole has a lot of Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy inspiration because those came from Dungeons and Dragons. It's just an interesting historical thing that I know all this because I initially was doing research for a video that never ended up materializing. That was because back in the day I used to be more of a, before I really kind of did a hard pivot into visual novels, Erage, and other just general AniTube stuff. I used to be kind of more of a normie Western game reviewer. That was my thing. I initially wanted to be a Game Maker's Toolkit clone. That was my initial view of my content creation. So I was originally going to do, for a while I was doing a thing where I was doing an evolution of game series, where I basically do a retrospective on an entire game series. I did a couple of them. The first one that did extraordinarily well, still the most popular video on my channel, was Toho. I went through every Toho game, talked about it. Then I did the same thing with the Arkham games, and I initially wanted to do that with Final Fantasy. But by the time I did a lot of work for it actually, but I never ended up finishing it. Because by the time I realized that my channel was going in a completely different direction, that was when the visual novel started kind of taking over. That was after my Love video, where my direction was kind of changed for the channel, so it suddenly it no longer really fit. So I kind of gave up on that. But I did a bunch of research on the early history of the early Final Fantasy games to learn about how they all functioned. And that was a thing like that. I have not played Magikoi. I do actually it's been on my to-do list. I have a lot of visual novels I really want to get to. Magikoi is one of them. Unfortunately, the fact that I work a full-time job, it does kind of limit how much I can do, especially since I've been lately trying to put more of my time towards YouTube. Because, as much as I do enjoy the various media I consume, it's the real satisfaction comes from making content about it, because it really allows me to kind of get my thoughts out there. Yeah, I've heard it's one of the best of its genre, and I'm actually very excited to read it, because as much as I do kind of lean towards the edgier stuff as far as my YouTube content goes, I do actually really like Moege. I like just a cute, fluffy romance story, which, again, from looking at the stuff I've covered, you wouldn't think so, but I do. And I've heard Magikoi is one of the best examples of that, so I actually do really want to read it. And I will eventually, I just don't know when. And yeah, and again, I wish I could show you guys the music that's playing, because the OPs are not always the same. They do change up. Every single one is beautiful. Like even though this is not the type of music I normally listen to, it is a very enjoyable listen to me. And again, this is just another example of them showing the how the world building kind of does its thing. Whereas showing how different this is from the Asura, which is all the grasslands, and the other stuff in the Demon Continent, which, this is still the Demon Continent, but like the more desert areas of the Demon Continent. Yeah, I do agree. The drums are pretty good. Again, the strategic dick coverings, I can appreciate that. Oh, Koenig, welcome back. Good seeing you again. And I will say that it's funny, they don't really go into it in the anime, but in the books, one of the big things they did was when they unfortunately, the Kishirika intro was goated. That is unfortunate, but yeah, it was great. It'll be in the VOD, but the Kishirika intro was like peak Mushoku Tensei so far. But yeah, but one of the things that they don't really go over in the anime so much that I thought was really funny is, so the beast folk really do have a lot of animalistic tendencies. The cats do have a lot of cat mannerisms. The dogs have a lot of dog mannerisms. That's why it was funny when Ghislaine was getting distracted by meat at Rudy's party, and so he kind of snuck some food out for her because she's a dog. In this, they kind of douse Rudy with cold water all the time, and the entire idea is that that's how you would punish a dog or a cat. That's how you would, it's like spraying. Like sometimes when my cat's doing things that I don't want her to do, like eating my wires or scratching my couch, I'll just spray her with a spray bottle, and that's basically what they're doing to Rudy. And it's because their culture is this is like the greatest humiliation somebody can suffer, even though it's just kind of a mild annoyance to him. I find that very, very funny. And I am kind of sad that the anime doesn't actually like explicitly mention that. But yeah. Once again, I am so happy that I didn't have to edit anything out of this. Oh yeah, personally I did not notice that, but again, that's just because it's been a long time since I've read that particular book, so I don't remember a lot of the details. I remember the broad overarching themes, all that stuff. That stuff I'm good with. A lot of specifics I don't. But yeah, that was a nice little thing that they never really mentioned in the anime, where Rudy's whole thing is he kind of took him. Yeah. Yeah, and that is true. That's another thing Mushoku Tensei does a lot of, especially the books, where they will set something up and like a dozen books later explain why it's important. I mean, yeah, that is what they do. A lot of what the beast folk are is they really are like a lot of they are animalistic in a lot of ways. That's kind of, and they do play it off as a joke sometimes. And part of it is sometimes it's a joke about their mannerisms and personality. Sometimes it's a joke about how certain characters interact with them, like how Eris is really obsessed with the beast folk because the Grey Rats just tend to like beast folk. And when she meets the two idiots in the school arc, and Rudy ends up buying the one, she ends up just kind of becoming obsessed, cuddling it, petting it, unintentionally torturing it. And it's just a funny thing that they like to do. It's one of those things that I don't think it's meant to be much more than funny, but it's a persistent element of the world, and I enjoy it. And this is kind of neat. I also never realized that. That's. I mean, I don't think it's that much of a surprise that the various people in Rudy's life end up meeting one another. Like personally, I don't think that's that much of a thing. And also the two idiots, they're mostly comic relief characters. They do serve a purpose later in the story, but it's mostly to be funny, and it's mostly for side stuff. But yeah, and it's funny because at that point in the story, Eris is a very high level warrior, and so when she's hugging and petting the beast folk, she ends up just kind of crushing them without really meaning to. And it's funny they're like being suffocated by her love. But I do find it interesting also that I don't know if that's how Japanese tally marks are, but it's kind of neat because I'm used to I'm used to tally marks kind of like this, whereas it looks like they're doing kind of this kind of thing. I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, basically. Eris is, goes over the top. And I really like this sequence of events because they really went all out on the art and animation for these few nature shots, like more so than most of the other animation. That is not the fight scenes. Like that one butterfly that was flapping had almost that same kind of smooth style as Hitogami. Although it's meant to be highlighting the fact that it's a beautiful creature as opposed to Hitogami, which was meant to be a little bit uncanny valley. Oh, and I will say I've recently finished Old Dragon's Tale. Hitogami had a major feature in that book, and Hitogami's been on my mind lately.
ここは下手に動かず、ルイジェルドとエリスが来てくれるのを待とう。どうもここの人たちは聞く耳を持ってくれないので困る。
It was very good. Old Dragon's Tale was very good. It's one of those ones where I wouldn't recommend reading it until you know everything from the main story, whether you read the books or wait until the anime gets there, because it's not going to directly spoil things, but it will spoil some of the underlying things for how certain characters think and act. But ultimately, it was very good. It really expanded what I knew about the world, added a little bit of history to it, and just kind of... It was overall very good. I didn't like the translation as much as I liked the main series translation, but it was overall well written enough that the translation issues didn't bother me. But yeah, definitely, it's like one of my favorite prequels ever. Would recommend to anybody who is finished with the main story and are considering it. Old Dragon's Tale is definitely a must-read.
Slow な、ルイジェルド。何かあったのか？まさかあの後追いかけていったおじさんと戦いになってしまったとか、もしかしてエリスの身に何かあったとか。いや、あの二人に限ってやられるなんてことはないはずだ。まだ3日。
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we're getting the introduction to Geese soon. Geese is such a good character from the moment he's introduced, and he stays an important character for the rest of the series. And he does a lot of stuff that I can't talk about, but he is just a phenomenal character all around. Right now, he comes across as a fun character, but he's a genuinely good character. And like, I can't even begin to say what I like about him, because otherwise that'll just kind of ruin things. Like again, even like the basics would ruin it. Yeah, I mean, again, without going into specifics, he is integral to how the story ends up moving forward. Like he is really. I can't say. I would love to, but I'm not going to spoil that because it's so good. Like, so I've mentioned that there's going to be a big moment in season 3 that everybody's going to kind of, there's going to be a moment in season 3 where everyone is going to kind of lose their minds. All the anime onlys are going to lose their minds. This is not what I'm talking about, but later on, there's going to be a similar moment that will somewhat involve Geese that people are going to have another crazy reaction to. Well, it's not similar. I wouldn't say similar. it's similar in terms of the impact it's going to have on people. But you know, Geese probably has like the second biggest mic drop of the series, basically. And yeah, and the fact that they're building him up as this really, you know, this background character who's still simultaneously important and a kind of positive influence in everyone's life. I mean, there is a reason they're doing that. I can't go into too much detail, but you know, he's like he is such a good character. Although one thing I will say, they mentioned he has a monkey face. I don't really see it. Like he looks a little bit different, but I don't know. That doesn't really look like a monkey to me. He just kind of looks like a greaser. Yeah, and I fucking love how they're making Rudy kind of go a little bit crazy. And again, more strategic dick covering. Yeah, and it doesn't make as much sense in the anime, but in the books, you know, again, Rudy's internal monologue has always kind of been goofy, sarcastic, witty, pop culture filled, playing a role. And so when he's been stuck in the prison for a couple days and he's starting to kind of worry about his friends and losing it. Yeah. Okay, yes. Yeah, there's some truth to that, Seagloom. I mean, I can see how he doesn't look quite normal, but again, it doesn't really scream monkey to me. But, you know, it is what it is. And as far as in the anime, so far of what I've seen, Rish, I don't know they actually explain his race, at least at this point in the story they didn't, but they do mention that he has a monkey face. But also, it's one of the things that so many of the demons are just a conglomeration of different hybrids that it you know, he might not even have a specific race. Oh, and I will say for those watching on Twitch, unfortunately, I can't show combined chat on Twitch due to their TOS, and they actually do seem to be enforcing that as of late. So I do apologize that you're not able to completely follow the conversation, but there's really nothing I can do about that. And unfortunately, right now, most of the conversation is happening on YouTube. But they can see you, so you know you can still interact with them if you'd like. And I will say, I do like stylistically, I like how they're basically mirroring one another. It's, I don't know that it really has any kind of deeper meaning there, but it's funny. Even down to the arm placement right there, where that's just kind of, you know, where he's resting his arm. But, you know, when it cuts back to Rudy, he's basically covering his dick with it. With the camera angles, of course. Plus, of course, Geese's head is blocking it as well. Again, I know I've said it several times, but the fact that they don't make me edit out Rudy's dick in preparation for these streams is a very nice change from part 1. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Geese is a pretty laid-back kind of guy. And he is playing along almost in the same way that Rudy was kind of playing along with Kishirika when he thought she was just a child who was pretending to be the Demon King. But, you know, and Geese is just, Geese is a person who likes to kind of hang with people. He likes to make friends. he likes to avoid conflict. So, I mean, this is naturally just how he would act, and I do like that. Until eventually, Rudy does kind of reveal more of his true self, and Geese does start to genuinely respect him, as opposed to just being someone he's trying to get along with because they're in a similar sticky situation.
残念だったな。
おいやめろ。その言い方だとまるで見捨てられたみたいじゃねえか。子供の親を探すのに手間取っているとかだけだよね。
And then of course Rudy is again having one of his kind of almost depressive spirals where, things aren't going according to plan, so he's kind of freaking out a little bit. And, we will learn eventually that they did actually just get waylaid. Things happened that made it take longer for them to get to him. But, he's stuck kind of with nothing but his own thoughts, and that's kind of overwhelming him.
そこそこなかなかやるじゃないかシーリー。
何でもできるからな、俺は。
And this is just also funny because it sounds way worse than, it's just funny. Oh, I didn't realize his nails look polished. I mean, that's probably a biological thing. I don't imagine that random dice cheaters are going to have access to nail polish, but,
例えば100人の女を同時に相手するとか。
一人だけで十分だな。多くても二人だ。
Although I will say, for once, it's not Rudy misinterpreting something as horny. Like, for once.
例えばここから逃げ出してザントポートまでたどり着けるとか。
Well, one thing is, in the books, the way they kind of, when Geese was talking about this incident later, he said he initially kind of found the situation very funny because there's this naked kid sitting there acting like he's running the place. And then he realized that, this person actually has a pretty impressive personality. He is, behaving in this way, in this stressful situation. He's kind of making himself strong in the face of a hardship. And he said that was kind of what initially endeared him to Rudy. He thought the whole situation was funny and entertaining. And then Rudy eventually started to impress him for real. And then, of course, the stuff that's going to happen soon is a contributing factor to that. So he probably was kind of playing along at first. Yeah. And that's one thing about Geese, is that Geese is, I wouldn't say the most empathetic character in the series, but he's up there. I don't think he quite tops Sylphie, but he's the kind of person, he can kind of tell how people think, how people feel, and he likes to do things in a way that's going to leave them comfortable. And again, that's one of the things he does with Rudy. He treats him, again, at this point, he views Rudy as a child who is scared and kind of puffing themselves up to kind of overcome that fear. So yeah, and so you're right, that is kind of how he's acting towards Rudy at the moment.
嫌なこった。逃げたきゃ一人で逃げろよ。
なんでせめて途中までの道案内でも。
俺にもやらなきゃいけないことがあんだよ。冤罪なら大丈夫だろ。分かってくれるさ。
何度言っても奴ら俺の言うことを聞いてくれようともしないんだ。分かった。見張りを人質にとって町に案内させてやる。
おいちょっと落ち着いて。
Yeah. Yeah, and I do like how all of Rudy's anxieties and worries and his, combined with his boredom, because again, he's been left with nothing but his thoughts this whole time. So, Rudy's head is a dark, scary place. It's finally starting to overwhelm him so that he's finally at the verge of taking things into his own hands. Because realistically, day one, he could have broken out and, taken the guard hostage and gotten out that way. But yeah, basically, he is starting to crash out. He's losing his fucking mind. Which, granted, I'll be honest, in his position, I don't know that I would have stayed as long as he did. He 3 days at a minimum, probably longer, probably more like 5 or 6. I don't remember exactly. I'm pretty sure they mentioned it in the books. I don't remember specifically. I would have said probably on day one. I would have probably broken out and done my own thing until I could reunite with my party and try to clear things up after that point. Who knows? Honestly, with Rudy, nothing is out of the question.
ついでにこの森を燃やし尽くしてやるんだ。あれ、見張りの姉ちゃんがいねえな。なあ新入り、なんか熱くねえか。
そう言われるとなんか熱いな。
それになんか煙たい。
Yeah, who knows? Although I will say that there's probably not as much sunlight just because the trees, the canopy would be blocking a lot of it, so you'd probably at least not getting sunburned. But ooh, and then of course the red coloring is a great shift from the green we were introduced to.
あれ先輩が
So I will say this scene, while I get that they're trying to incite some tension and being like, oh shit, our hands are tied, now we have to break out. One thing is, so one thing is what I've been doing is I've been writing, when I watched this the first time, I've been taking notes. Not anything super detailed, just little observations, things of my thoughts. The idea was basically to keep my brain working while I was watching this, so that so that I could have a proper stream of thoughts to talk about on stream. One thing, what I wrote for this section right here was, Water Saint, you could have put the fucking fire out. And that very much reminds me of when I was working on my big video on Volume 1. One of the things I at one point said, where Rudy was questioning whether he could fight like a monster, or, you know, he didn't want to get torn apart. In my notes for that, when I was doing my reread of the book, I literally wrote, "You're a silent casting water saint, for fuck's sake." This was almost kind of the same kind of thing for that, where I'm like, you know, Rudy not only is a high level water mage, which water and fire kind of have a certain relation to one another. He's also able to silent cast it, so he could just emit a stream of water with a thought. While I do accept that they would have to break out regardless, because, you know, it's not a safe place to be, it's not as urgent because he could have just put the fucking fire out. So that's one of those things that sometimes they just kind of forget that he can do those kind of things. And granted, he also eventually later, he puts the fire in the entire forest out. Granted, he does it with a cumulomnibus and his aquahartia, which greatly helps him in that regard, but still, he could have shot out some water to give him a little extra time to get away. That's pretty cool, though. Kind of brings back his the things he was doing from his figurine sculpting. Though that being said, he probably could have also just broken the lock pretty easily. So again, yeah, like they get out at like the last second. They could have given themselves a bit more time than that. Yeah, you are 100% right, Rish. He does have a very low self-esteem. Like a big part of what the books are doing is the books do an unreliable narrator kind of thing, where Rudy, he gets the facts correct, but he constantly downplays his own abilities. Still, despite the fact that he does undervalue himself, and this is a persistent thing throughout the entire series, even though he does undervalue himself, he is at least smart enough to know that he can make water appear. Like, this is something he's been doing. Like, the first thing he did was to cast a water ball. Like, he is capable of making enough water to put that fire out. I mean, that's possible. But also, magic has become such a core part of his identity at this point. It's become something he's so passionate about. It's hard for me to think of him just forgetting that he can do magic. And the music for this scene is pretty great. It's like it has almost those light woodwinds to kind of almost give like a light and, you know, fluffy kind of forest vibe. But of course the drums kind of make it intense, and of course everything's on fire, people are dying and children are being kidnapped. You know, not the nicest guys in the world.
正直この村の連中には頭にきていた。俺の言い分を聞かずに牢屋に閉じ込めやがって。ちょっとくらいなら痛い目を見たっていいと思う。しかしそれにしてもこの光景はあまりにも胸くそ悪い。
Oh, wait, that nice. I think I just noticed an interesting. Let's see what I noticed.
最近噂になってた従属の子供をさらって売っ払ってるって連中だな。
Did I not skip back far enough? I don't think so.
やりすぎじゃないのか。
No, I think I'm about to
正
do it.
直この村の連中に
Okay,
は
that
頭にきていた。
this is an interesting thing I
俺の言い
noticed.
分を聞かずに牢屋に閉じ込めやがって。ちょっとくらいなら痛い目を見たっていいと思う。
I'm just that. So I think that's kind of interesting. Oh no, okay, never mind. I missaw it. They're saying Mama and Papa, not the Japanese, because for a second I wasn't really looking at the Japanese subtitles. I thought for a second this said haha, which is like a way to address what okay, granted, now that I'm thinking about it, it doesn't make as much sense, because haha is how you would reference my mother. I originally thought that they were doing it by sounds, because and I thought that was interesting. Okay, now that I know that they're actually saying mama and papa, because that's how they're directly addressing their parents, I initially thought it was they were saying Chi-Chi and haha, which is how do you say my father and my mother. And I thought, oh, that's interesting that they're actually, you know, sounding it out, as opposed to, you know, like haha, the symbol is like this. It's something like that is this is the word for my mother. And so I thought it was interesting that what I thought was them spelling it out phonetically as opposed to actually doing the kanji. But I was wrong about that, so.
しかしそれにしてもこの光景はあまりにも胸くそ悪い。
Just goes to show that my Japanese is not 0, but it's close to it.
よ先輩、逃げんなら今が絶好のチャンスだぜ。
I mean, it's possible that he might be feeling some sort of way about the beast folk, but at the same time, it's not like he would have been casting water to help the village. It would have been just to stop the room he was in from burning down before he got out. But I don't know. It's ultimately a minor thing, all things considered. Probably doesn't really make too much of a difference either way. Again, it's just the nature of what I'm doing here, because I'm, you know, looking at everything scene by scene. I'm gonna every so often just, you know, overly harp on minor criticisms just because I'm talking about them as they come up, even though I do need to express that overall I'm having a good time. And again, I think the voice acting in this series is great, especially with the children. They really do sell, you know, these sad, upset children.
なんだって？
従属を助けて王を売る。
Oh, yeah, maybe that's possibly true. I think at this point also Rudy is kind of just still processing everything, and he has all these conflicting emotions right now. He just, because he hasn't really fully processed what he's thinking and feeling at the moment, he wasn't at the point of making any kind of decision at that point. And this is at the point where he's finally realizing, oh shit, the place is burning down, children are being kidnapped, adults are being murdered. And that's the kind of thing that pushes him into saying no, because he has this, like, Rudy does have this justice boner going on. He's like, I have to stop this.
いいぜ、気に入った。
Yeah, that's true. Because, like, realistically, if it was just a fire, yeah, probably most of them could have been fine. And also, that's another instance of Quagmire, which Quagmire is just going to be a big part of his identity moving forward. When he post the Demon Continent arc, when he starts joining various parties as a solo adventurer, that's kind of becomes his primary role in most of things, where he would open up encounters with a very large Quagmire, which would inhibit their movement. And that's why he would end up getting the name Quagmire. So it's kind of neat that they've already done it a few times so far, but they're now showing, he's still doing Quagmire as his thing. I mean, that is true. Sometimes you just kind of have to. I mean, it is possible it's going to cause a lot of problems that way, but yeah. So yeah, that is another instinct. I again, I don't know why they don't say it in the anime, considering it literally becomes his nickname, but whatever. But yeah, and it is true that just dousing all that much fire with water could cause problems, but also, I'm thinking almost like, I've been playing RimWorld. When the fires get too big, it starts raining, and that just puts it out. So I don't know. I'm kind of primed to accept this. Oh, really? That's how they did it? He just kind of says, "Oh yeah, I got a signature move called Quagmire, and they call me Quagmire now." Oh, that's fucking stupid. Because, like, I mean, the entire, because the idea was that he kind of went from almost like a hero character where he was kind of party of three. They were all just kind of doing things. And they were all, Eris, Rudyard, and him all kind of take up the hero role. They're the main character in their combats, all three of them together. But then once they end up splitting up and Rudy goes his own way, he doesn't really have a permanent group, and he ends up kind of making his way by joining up with other parties. And basically when he's joining up with those other parties, it's a completely different dynamic. These people aren't his friends, they're just temporary allies. And his whole point is that one thing is, okay, in a preset party, that's not just a group of friends doing things together. What we need to do is everybody has their role. They need to do their role, and they can't really deviate from that unless there's an absolute emergency. And Rudy's role in these various parties was basically utility. He wasn't supposed to blow the enemy apart with his stone cannon or anything like that. His role was primarily, in most of the parties he joined, was to open the fight up with a Quagmire to put the adventuring party, to give them the upper hand. So, because he's a very powerful mage, he would do a very good Quagmire. His Quagmire was very effective, and also because that would be his role more often than not, everybody kind of realized, oh, this is the kid that casts Quagmire in every party and does a really good job of it. It eventually becomes his nickname, and that's kind of how it happens in the books. It seems kind of dumb that they just, like, why do they even include the nickname if they're not going to explain anything about it? Okay, this is a really cool scene, but I unfortunately have to pee again. I will be right back. This should be the last time this stream. All right, I'm back. And let's see, does the thing the water make with magic evaporates? The sea level of the world. It's interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if mana is kind of just a different form of energy in this world. So I wouldn't be surprised if physical stuff could become it could eventually get converted into mana. Sort of like, you know, they say matter can't be created or destroyed, but it can be converted into energy, and energy can be converted into matter. Sort of like how, you know, photosynthesis turns the light of the sun into plant. And, you know, when you set something on fire, it turns the solid into less volume because it becomes ash, but also heat and light. I would not be surprised if it functions a similar way in Mushoku Tensei with magic. Like, it would make sense just because Rifujin does actually take that kind of thing into consideration, especially since a lot of the way Rudy comprehends magic is very scientific. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing it probably is some explanation for it. Even if Rifujin never actually thought about it, I'm sure there's something. I'm sure he would come up with something like that as an explanation. Also, this is cool. This is the third time Rudy has cast Cumulomnibus, and I think this is the most badass one yet. Because, you know, the first time he's, you know, it's all wonder because he's casting this big spell for the first time. Then the next time it's when the cataclysm happened. So, you know, he was excited to showcase it, but then, you know, kind of quickly got overshadowed. And now he's just like pure rage. He's just dousing the place with water to put out the fires. And I do like how this guy comes back who, you know, he's the kind of guy who he immediately realizes, hey, whatever we got going on, doesn't matter. Let's fuck these guys up first. He's a cool character. He reminds me a lot of, you know, obviously because he's like a Beastman warrior. A lot of his fighting style is very reminiscent of Ghislaine's, which so I think that's pretty cool. Although it's definitely more, not to try to be cute here, but like it's a little more bestial. It's a bit less elegant than Ghislaine, just because Ghislaine has all that formal swordsmanship training. That is true as well. But again, I like how he was able to pretty much immediately put behind his aversion to Rudy. Because, of course, he did think Rudy was about to fuck the dog. But he said, like, no, whatever's happening, he's helping us. That's what's important right now. So I do like that kind of attitude of his. And yet another quagmire. I love how the camera is kind of like doing this little shake as it's panning, and you know that's a deliberate thing because obviously this is animation. They're not actually holding a camera, so it's a neat little way to kind of just highlight the tension of the scene. Yeah.
そりゃそうだろ。何の理由もなしにわざわざさらったガキどもを解放してくれなんて頼むか？普通。お前らはおとりよ。ドルディアの連中
Yeah,
の
and again, they were
注意をして
initially kind of propping him up to be almost like a Robin Hood type figure, until, of course, total heel turn at this
た
point.
めのな。
ですよね。まあ何か裏がありそうだとは思ってましたが。
なあ飼い主、こっちにつけよ。知ってるか？従属のガキはいい金になるんだぜ。物好きな貴族が高く買ってくれるんだとよ。
And of course, they just want to make him even more hateable at that point. So they're doing like, what could they possibly do to make him less likable? And they, they do it.
ね。
Okay, and I don't like this line so much that they really drew attention to the fact that, the Boreas Grey Rats had a lot of beast folk servants. And, they kind of had a thing for beast folk. And that is something that is kind of in the books, but is kind of left as a big question mark. Where it's kind of assumed that the Boreas Grey Rats probably bought a decent amount of beast folk slaves to work for them. That being said, they do treat them well. They do, like, you could see that Soros is someone who, despite the fact that he's kind of a crazy person and he's definitely horny for the beast folk, his workers genuinely like and respect him. And, at the point where Ghislaine gets actually very upset when she learns what happens to him, and, as a matter of honor, she ends up taking him. Yeah. So, it's a question of, the Grey Rats probably contributed to this deeply immoral system that's happening right now. But at the same time, he treats the people he's engaged with well. And the books kind of leave that kind of up to interpretation. It's like, well, how involved were they? Was this a thing? I don't like that they're deliberately drawing attention to it with Rudy's narration. Like, I think I liked how the books did it, where they just kind of put all the information out there and let you come to your own conclusions.
すみませんが。
デッドエンドが正義感気取りか。
そう見られたいもんで。
そうか。お前、選択はやったぜ。
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the way I think it, I never really viewed the Grey Rats as wanting to help the beast folk. I think it's just a case of they like beast folk. They kind of have a thing for beast folk, so they acquire beast folk, but they also treat the ones in their employ well. Like, so I don't think they really cared about trying to stow that. Oh, excuse me for a second. Yep. Okay. Yeah. So unfortunately, I can't delete that message from the chat thing. I'll figure out a way to do it at some point, but that's not for an on-stream thing. But yeah, so yeah, kind of. It's one of those things. I stream on Kick just because, why not? But so far a lot of the stuff has been a lot of bots. But yeah, so I never viewed the Grey Rats as really having any kind of moral thing against the slave trade, and in Mushoku Tensei, slavery is just a thing that exists, and generally it's going to be criminals and debtors, but illegal slaves are also a thing. People capture people and sell them into slavery, and it's just a thing that happens in this world, and the Grey Rats won't have the same kind of visceral reaction that we have to slavery, because we grew up in a world where it's pretty much universally viewed as immoral and is illegal in pretty much every civilized country in the world. We don't do this kind of thing anymore. But this is a medieval fantasy world where slavery is a legitimate institution, so they don't have that kind of aversion to it. So I don't think they really cared that beast folk are being enslaved. They just choose to treat the ones that they acquire well. Yeah, and that's also another thing where in the books, Rudy mentions like he doesn't approve of slavery. It's not a thing he wants to perpetuate, which is it's just at that moment in time, when it comes to buying Julie, the dwarf, she is the only reason they did it was because that was kind of the only logical answer of, how are we going to get somebody who is young enough that we can teach them, the silent casting easily and do all this stuff. How else are we going to be able to do it? There really isn't a moral way of doing it. And Rudy's like, I don't like this, but this is just kind of how the world is. And also, he ends up doing it in, I would say, the least immoral way he could, where he ends up buying a girl. I don't know if the anime does this, but in the books, Julie is dying. Like, she's not going to make it very much longer. And the slavers have already kind of written her off. And that was one of the things where they acquire her and they got her cheap because of that. But then they also do treat her really well. Zenoba ends up basically treating her like a daughter. And at one point later on, Zenoba ends up, I don't think the anime has gotten to this point, where Zenoba at one point goes to Julie and asks, like, hey, do you want to be free? Do you want to go? Like, you can, like, and he felt bad for not offering her freedom before this, because he doesn't want to force her to be with him. And then, Julie ends up getting really upset and hugging him. She says, no, I like being with you. And so, despite the fact that Julie is, by all definitions, a slave, she is not treated like a slave, and she realistically could leave whenever she wants to. So, it's one of those things where technically Rudy does engage in slavery, but, like, not really. Or there is also another instance where he ends up buying a slave, but that was because it was somebody he knew, and he was basically doing it to help them. Although, amusingly, that person was another beastfolk who probably would have ended up with the gray rats. But it was funny because he ends up buying this other person basically, and does kind of keep her, but ultimately it was because, hey, you cost me a lot of money, now you got to work it off. And it was ultimately a funny scene more than anything else. Okay. And I will say this is finally starting to alleviate one of my other complaints about the series. It showed not only how strong the swordsmen are, it also showcased fucking North God swordsmanship, which is just, it's something that I feel is woefully underutilized. And like in the books, you don't really see very many North God fighters until kind of towards the end, where some of the highest ranked fighters are doing their thing. And it seems like, at the point where you're meeting, like, you do eventually encounter North Kings, a North Emperor, and the two North Gods. The thing is, once you kind of get to that level, each one of them kind of has their own thing going on that they do. So each of their fights are almost very gimmicky, but you don't get to see each kind of just general North God swordsmanship that much. And I like that the anime is actually showcasing it, showing how a North God swordsman fights. Because while the high level stuff is interesting, it's kind of neat seeing Ghislaine fight against somebody who uses reflective light to try to blind her. You don't get to see stuff like Gallus all that often, and it's a shame because I think North God swordsmanship is the coolest of the three. And again, in the books, one thing they do mention in the books is that North God is the preferred style for mercenaries and adventurers, just because of the fact that you're going to be up against so many unfamiliar situations. Yeah. Yeah, and that's also that is also true. Yes, Zenoba also has that lingering trauma of his own. His story parallels Rudy's in a lot of ways as well. But ultimately, back to the North God thing. The story in the books did say that it was the preferred style for mercenaries and adventurers, but Rudy ends up meeting a lot of mercenaries and adventurers. Not very many of them were North God swordsmen, so I feel like it was underutilized overall.
さあ来いよ飼い主。それとも腰抜けなお前は今ので腰が引けて見逃してくれる気になっちまったか。
人質なんか取りやがって卑怯者が。
And also, there's the point is that, Gallus here is a North Saint. He's Saint tier. And it goes to show that he's so confident in his ability to kind of fuck everyone up. He's taunting Rudy, really just pushing his buttons, which normally is not just a very smart thing to do. But you realize, oh, he's a North Saint. He's probably used to being able to kill everyone in the room at any given point. So it's another good way to show the power scaling of, hey, when someone's at Saint rank, that's a pretty big deal.
って言ってやりたいけど、こいつ強い。
And yet Rudy has one more moral dilemma. Like, not only is it, hey, the first dilemma was, hey, do I help these people after they kind of fucked me over? The next one is, do I help these people when I might die here? Because remember, at this point, despite the fact that Rudy is very powerful, he does have his future sight. He's still at this point a Water Saint up against a North Saint. So they're kind of, just in terms of raw power, they're kind of evenly matched. And his last time really going up against swordsman was against Ruijerd. Again, he's a spearman, not a swordsman. He got his ass kicked there. And then it was Paul, who was at advanced rank in all three styles, as opposed to this North Saint. So, or even the previous North Saint he fought in at the Boreas Greyrat household. He would have gotten killed by that if Ghislaine didn't step in. So, he's probably at this point thinking there's like a real chance of him dying here if he fights.
と違って、命をかけてまで見知らぬ子供を助けるほどの正義感じゃない。
本当に来ねえのか。つまんねえな。んじゃあな、飼い主。仲間になりたかったら連絡くれよ。
And then, of course, hearing the child upset, that's kind of the thing that, like, no, not fucking dealing with this. And again, the shake of the camera right there again. And then it's kind of, yeah, he's really... And of course, the Sacred Beast kind of jumps in. And of course, they immediately... It's a nice way to immediately kind of power scale the Sacred Beast to show that it's much more powerful than it would initially appear, because it's actually able to kind of hold its own against a North Saint, which, because the Sacred Beast is more than just a big dog, basically. Like, he's a lot stronger than his portrayal would indicate. And then Rudy's firing more stone cannons, which... Yeah, the Sacred Beast behaves like a big dog. It has the attitude of a big dog, and it kind of fills the role of a big dog, but he is actually a bit more than just a big dog. Yeah, and also that's another great thing with Geese, because again, while Geese is a very competent character, he's much more competent than he lets on or how he really believes himself to be. Geese is the kind of guy who, when push comes to shove, he'll take the risks to do the right thing, and that's a nice little touch. Yeah, and again, once again, Rudy can't quite accept that he's doing something for moral reasons. Instead, he's just kind of like, might as well do it at this point. He still can't quite... Okay, that is true. That's a good point. The Sacred Beast is basically a puppy at this point, but, he's more than just a puppy. Although, I don't know why Japan keeps doing this. They keep giving animals human voice actors. Even in scenes like this, where it's supposed to be serious, the dog is growling. and you can tell it's just a human woman growling. So it makes it kind of, it comes across as kind of silly. But I will say in other pieces of media, it does work. I think that silliness works in some media. It just doesn't work in a serious scene like this. Like, I remember ages ago, I ended up reading a visual novel called Adventure of a Lifetime. It was okay. It was kind of mid, but not terrible. And there's a dolphin side character there where, one of the heroines ends up having ends up developing a bond with a dolphin. And the dolphin has a human voice actor. So you can hear a woman just screeching and giggling every time there was the dolphin exists, and it's kind of funny. And yeah, that might be the case. I don't know enough to be sure whether it is Pokemon or not that actually is causing this trend, but I don't know. I think it works sometimes, doesn't work other times. And again, even though mentioned that the Sacred Beast can kind of go up against the North Saint is still better than it. So, good way of setting the power scaling. Wasn't I just like? Oh yeah, sorry. I kind of forgot to post on Discord. My bad. At some point I'll figure out. At some point I'll set up a bot to do it automatically. But yeah. Excuse me. Gotta do another ban. At some point I gotta acquire more mods. But it's easy enough for me to just handle it on my own for now. Let me pull this stuff back up. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, at some point there's a number of improvements I still need to do to the stream. One of them is having a bot to actually do the stuff on Discord. I also realistically, I also need to do that with my uploads, because I would like to not forget like I did today. Yeah, that's also stuff. I also need to do I think this week I'm going to try to create a starting soon stream, starting soon screen, so I can just actually play something for just a simple thing for 10 minutes before I go live to allow people to come in and not miss the beginnings of stuff. Again, there's a number of improvements I need to make to the stream. I'll do those slowly over time. Yeah, I will say, I still find that so wild. I was not expecting anybody to find these streams organically. Because, I mean, ultimately, I've only been streaming for I stream once a week, and I've been doing it for a month so far. So I am not a streamer. I am a YouTuber who built a following with long-form edited videos. The fact that people early on were able to actually find the stream organically just from it being recommended to them is fucking insane to me. And also, actually, come to think of it, I do need to read the manga at some point. I've read the books. I'm watching the anime now. I've not seen read the manga at all. So that's something that needs to be on my to-do list. Yeah, that is a nice little detail about how Geese fights. I will say Geese really embodies a lot of the North God style. Trust me, those 5 hours did not pass fast for me. That video took so fucking long to make. Like you have no idea. It took me months to write that script, but Geese definitely does kind of embody a lot of how the North God does things, and it's like I feel like Geese, while he mentioned he can't really fight very well, but he almost seems like he could if he really put his mind to it. But yeah, that was a lot of my issues with writing the script for the 5-hour video I did, because I started it, I eventually got kind of burned out by it and left it for a while. Then I got renewed motivation for it, and I started working on it, but it still took me a long time to do. It took me, again, it's 5 hours after everything, after editing and everything. So, it took me probably a few dozen hours to actually script it out. And eventually, I got that push, and the last final push was because I kind of was given a little bit of a time, a bit of a time limit, because Ranso 3 was coming out, which I still need to finish that fucking video too, but yeah. And yeah, it was definitely a passion project. A big thing for me is, part of it was a little bit of ego, where I really wanted to, I kind of wanted to be able to say I had this big multi-hour retrospective kind of review. Because again, some of my earlier inspirations were people like Joseph Anderson, and I do like watching those really long reviews on YouTube when they pop up. So I enjoyed that. And yeah, that's true. As I was saying, I was mentioning this a little earlier before you showed up, Eduardo. The stuff you end up learning about Geese, and once he is a much more important character than he comes across right now. And yeah, everything you see about Geese completely is recontextualized once you know the full story. And I'm saying that I'm not going to go into any details just because I really don't want to spoil the anime onlys. Yeah. I will say, yeah, the anime onlys, like, they are so far behind in terms of just knowledge of things. Like, they don't even realize how much there is to come. Yeah. Oh, really? That's a neat coincidence. Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, like I mentioned that, like, the big moment of the series is gonna happen in season 3. And it's gonna kind of, at least I think it's gonna happen in season 3. And it's going to kind of define how the rest of the series plays out. And again, it's kind of like you don't even know where the story is going until that moment. And granted, the structure of Mushoku Tensei is very weird, where how the first 2 volumes of the books are literally the prologue. Like, structurally speaking, the inciting incident is the displacement event at the end of volume 2. So, and then they don't really kick off the main conflict until about halfway through the series. So, you guys are in for a fucking lot as things go on. Yeah. But so I like this moment just because Gallus was the first person Rudy kills. And so he's still kind of fucked up about it. Because I know every time he's seen somebody die, he's always kind of had a stop where he kind of stews on everything he's thinking. And it's freaking him out. So I like how he's still kind of freaked out despite everything. He realizes, oh, he's free. His friends are safe. Everything's okay. But he's still kind of numb because of it.
デドルディア族長の家だ。
聞いたわよ。北西をぶっ飛ばしたんでしょ。猿顔のやつが興奮して言ってたわよ。
カット。
せいに。
Well, yeah, he was killed. Oh, he didn't kill him. It looked like he did, but yeah. And well, the thing is, this is after he was thrown in jail. He got out and he fought Gallus. I don't know. It looks like he just caused an explosion in Gallus's face. I don't remember what happened in the books specifically, but Rudy is still kind of fucked up about all this.
すまなかった。まさか子供たちを救い出してくれた恩人とはつゆ知らず。このギネスいかなる罰も受ける。
And again, this is another thing of them showing the animal mannerisms, how their way of kind of being sorry is they're showing their bellies. It's so silly. Like, it's a serious moment because these two have mistreated him and they're sincerely apologizing for it, but they're just like on their backs showing their stomachs. Yeah. And okay, so he does come back later. I do think I remember that from the books, that he comes back later, but I don't know. I can also believe that I think Rudy probably thinks he killed him, and that's something that's going to fuck him up for a bit, because again, death is one of those things Rudy really feels uncomfortable about, and even when he does have to kill people because it's necessary, he never feels good about it. Okay.
ルーデウス殿、私もデドルディア族長として改めてお礼申し上げる。ありがとう。
And then it gets all nice and wholesome, where Rudy realizes everything's okay, and he did a good thing, and he feels good about it.
随分と遅かったですが、何かあったんですか？心配しましたよ。
そうなの。聞いて。大変だったんだから。
エリスは俺が牢
You
屋
know,
の
and
中にいた。
that's also a nice moment too, where you can, after they're separated for the first time since the teleportation, and realistically, they've also been spending the past several years before that together, even though they weren't like attached at the hip or anything. But this is the first time they've been separated in a very long time, and the way that Eris is reacting when they're reunited, and the way that Rudy is kind of humoring her, yeah, it was awful because she's all excited. The thing is, it probably did suck for her, but she is so excited to be able to tell Rudy all about it. So, and just those little tiny interactions show just that they're actually becoming really close, because Eris is so excited to include Rudy in all the things she's thinking and feeling, and Rudy is just, happy to humor her.
この1週間のことをそれはもう興奮しながら語ってくれた。まずルイジェルドはあの後この族長ギュスターブと出会うも。
And another cool thing is, one of the things I also liked about Mushoku Tensei is that it always did come across as Rudy is just a part of the world, as opposed to Rudy being the main character, basically. So things are happening independent of him. And this is one example of that, where, Eris and Ruijerd had their own little mini adventure while Rudy was just kind of sitting in jail. And they do kind of brush over it. But they mentioned, that's to kind of just showcase that, like, yeah, this is just something else that's been going on while Rudy's been doing his thing. And granted, when it comes in the when it comes to this Mushoku Tensei as a whole, structurally speaking, if you look at things from the outside, Rudy is actually not the main character. He's just a significant side character. I'm not going to explain very more because that'll spoil some of the anime onlys, but Rudy is not like the person everything centers around. He just, has a strong influence on people. And the only reason we see him as the protagonist is because the story is from his perspective. And yes, and I agree with what you're saying, Alan, where when the misunderstanding happens, like, the whole point is just to show how close they are, and eventually Rudy just completely gives himself to her in his entirety. And then when she leaves and he doesn't understand what's going on, he feels abandoned, and that just completely destroys him.
俺と同じく勘違いされドルディアの戦士団と戦闘になりかけたらしい。 まあ口下手なルイジェルドのことだ。そうなるのは目に見えてるな。誤解が解けた後は密輸組織の残党を全員成敗抹殺しに行ったり、残党ポートの役人にその密輸の罪をかぶらされそうになったり、まあ大変だったんだとか。
Yeah, that is also true. Rudy, I think it's partly, while he's getting better at reading people, like he has actually been shown lately to start being able to kind of see what Eris is thinking and kind of get what she wants without her saying it. But at the same time, Rudy, a lot of it is due to his own negative self-perception, where he views himself as just worse, less likable than he actually is. And so while he's starting to be able to read people, he still can't read their feelings towards him. Yeah, and that is, yeah, and that definitely was a part of that. He did decide he wanted to be the oblivious protagonist with Sylphie specifically. He mentions that, but I mean, it's Rudy. It's one of those things where Rudy probably could have figured out what Eris was thinking if he had a more objective view on things. Or at the very least, he could have realized that her feelings for him were real, and that if she left, it wasn't to hurt him. But at the same time, he emotionally can't really process that, because he always kind of viewed himself as worthless, and he's like, this is a bad thing. I finally gave myself over to somebody, and I was met with rejection. They abandoned me the next day. And it just completely fucks him up until he's eventually... The way he gets over it is through a healthy sexual encounter with someone who loves and accepts him unconditionally. Exactly, yeah, he's just never had to deal with that kind of... Again, that was like the most vulnerable he's ever been. I mean, despite the fact that he's really horny, the fact that he was willing to actually just, have sex with somebody and do it in, a mutually loving way... That was something that he really had to open himself up to. That, again, it was he exposed himself to a lot of... He was vulnerable. And then when he kind of had that unintentionally used against him, it really hurt him to a level that he'd never been hurt before. And again, it took him meeting with Sylphie and, again, having a sexual encounter that was both healthy and with a partner who loved him unconditionally and who woke up beside him the next day. It took that to actually heal him. And we can already see Eris kind of loving Beast Folk. Oh yeah, and sorry about that Discord notification. That was something that happened when I was gathering the recording. I didn't feel like editing around it.
これもグレイラット家の地下ね。
それにしても従属の村に来たなんて。ボリアス家の皆さんにいい土産話ができますね。
そうね。帰ったらおじい様に自
And then
慢するわ。
one more tonal shift.
早く会いたいわね。
From Eris being all excited to see her grandfather to, him getting executed in a kangaroo court.
サウロス・ボレアス・グレイラット。貴様はこの度の魔力災害において正当なる対処をせず、人々を混乱に陥れた。よってその任を解き、即刻死刑に処す。フィットアリオのことはこのダリウスに任せたまえ。
Oh, and that... I didn't realize that's Sylphie back. That looks like Sylphie back there. Yeah. And also, I will say Darius is an interesting character because he is... I know he becomes a minor antagonist late into the series. He's briefly mentioned in, I believe it's volume 7. They briefly mention him as being kind of an asshole who does things. But I'm also pretty sure he had some little hidden features earlier, like in the books, in like the second chapter of the first book. Lilia mentioned that there was one particular noble who would often leer at her. He was described as this fat nobleman. I think that was probably Darius. And also, I'm also like 90% sure that the person who organized Eris's kidnapping in the second volume was also Darius. Because he kind of wanted to have a noble girl as his slave, and he ends up, this is not a spoiler, but he ends up kidnapping somebody else instead, and she ends up being the one that he abuses for her childhood. Yeah. Oh, okay. What was he? Because I think I could have sworn I remembered they didn't I don't think they actually referenced Darius by name. They just mentioned that there was a perverted noble who wanted Eris kidnapped. But I could be misremembering. When I eventually start working on videos for Volume 2, because I'm probably going to do the same thing I did for Volume 1, but I'm going to split it up a bunch. Well, I'm going to work them all. But yeah. Yes, described him fat and bald. Yeah, so... Yeah, so yeah, that kind of thing is why I'm pretty sure it was Darius who did that. And, you know, he does have a brief mention in this, around this part in the story. And then this event kind of leads him to be a minor antagonist later in the story when they eventually do make their way back to Fatoa and start mingling with the nobility again. So he's an interesting character. He's definitely a minor antagonist, but I do like how they're setting him up consistently. Oh yeah, that is Sylphie. Ooh, I'm not sure how I feel about her being here at this moment, because I don't remember if Ariel was actually there during this moment when it's, because you know the Grey Rats are ultimately not the royals. The royals are their own kind of thing. And, you know, these are basically the aristocracy. They're kind of almost like feudal lords where they do kind of have control over their areas, but they're kind of left to their own devices. I don't know that of the very few guests that would be at this trial that Ariel would have been one of them. But it is a nice little nod towards the future. So I can appreciate that for what it is. That is true. In the books, it was not revealed that Soros had been executed at this stage, even though he definitely had been at around this time. I've heard that the anime does that a couple times, where they'll show certain events that were not revealed, that happened at that point chronologically, but were not revealed to the main cast, or to Rudy at least, at that point. So, yeah, it is a neat little thing. But it's possible that it could be revenge against Saros, but I think it's more like Darius is just kind of generally a snake who will do whatever he wants, and will try to take advantage of situations to get power and stuff. Yeah, so I feel like this probably isn't anything personal. He just was in the way of Darius seizing power for himself. But I also like how, you know, we've known Saros to be this very noble, the very insane, crazy person. And I like how they made his final moments one of just, you know, kindness and just refinement. Okay, and that's how that ends. That's one hell of a way to end that episode. But yeah. And yeah, that is also true. The thing is, I know the extra chapters were added in for the light novel specifically. They weren't in the original web novels. And some of them do kind of seem like they're trying to fix a problem Rifujin had seen in his previous work, where, you know, he kind of wants to expand on things. Like in Volume 1, the extra chapter is essentially a way of kind of expanding on Zenith's perspective of the family meeting scene. So I feel like the extra chapters he added are just kind of when he felt like something wasn't enough, that's what he added for them. But yeah, I mean, I do think it is a shame that the extra chapters generally aren't getting adapted, or at least not in real time. Especially since I liked in volume 2, I think the extra chapter showed the Golfarian, the sword god, actually like sparring with 2 sword emperors at once and just kicking their ass. Just goes to show how fucking insane he is. So when he becomes a major part of the story later on, it actually puts into perspective how good he actually is. But yeah, it is a shame, but it is what it is. I don't think the anime is necessarily poor off because of it. And obviously the original web novels didn't have the extra chapters, and it still functioned fine as a story. Yeah, that would be a cool one. The Forest Goddess Lane. I actually now that I'm hearing that wasn't adapted, I'm actually kind of sad about that, because one of the things about Ghislaine is that her whole thing is she's the Berserker Sword King Ghislaine. And the reason she's called that is because she can go into a berserker rage when she really gets into fighting. And during that moment, that was like the only time we really see her in her berserker rage. Yeah. I mean, those were also very good too. Generally speaking, I like when Mushoku Tensei shows things from other characters' perspectives in general. So I'm kind of primed to like the extra chapters because they typically are from other people's perspectives. But yeah, I don't know. That is just again hearing about them not adapting the Forest Goddess Lane thing. That sucks just because. Because again, we don't really see Ghislaine's berserker rage other than that moment, and you know that's a cool thing to see a warrior do. And yeah, so I know you're an anime only, but the one thing that the books do an awful lot of is they will replay a scene from a different character's perspective. So for a good example is the one when Rudy was fighting with Paul after he first saved Sylphie. It explains the scene from Rudy's perspective, and then it replays the scene, Paul going over what he's thinking during that fight. It does that a lot, and it's really fucking cool. Yeah. It's... I agree. Will they show Rudy's aunt? I hope so. She's a fun character. I like how she's kind of... I like what she's going for. There's a lot of stuff that's going to happen in the future. I'm interested to see how they will adapt that all. In particular, I'm interested in the fight with... okay, I'm not going to say who it is because that would be a spoiler, but I know Rudy ends up at one point gearing up for a very major fight with a very, very powerful person where it's like designed to say, like, we're going all out for that like 1 in 1,000 chance of winning this fight. So they're like really prepping everything they got. And at this point, everyone is powerful. Rudy is like already learning how to do magical constructs. He creates his mech suits. Eris is a sword king at this point. Sylphie is high level mage in her own right. It's it's going to be an interesting thing. True. Okay, I haven't seen the trailer yet, but I don't know. Did they actually show that fight? Because that's, I don't know. I feel like that's not something I'd want to put in the trailer. But yeah, overall, I'm very powerful person. Like I'm talking like arguably. I mean, that person in particular, like canonically, this person is divine level in every single discipline. And also there's just biological advantages aside from that, so that's kind of cool. And also again, I just finished reading Old Dragon's Tale, so that kind of also things that okay, so I'm actually very excited to see how they'll do that fight, because that was like a major moment in the books. I remember reading that and be like, I would love to see this adapted. Yeah. Is it okay? Because I'll be honest, I have not watched any of the trailers at all. And one thing I do need to watch the fan animation that I heard was released recently, but yeah. Yeah, and it is a shame if they're like teasing some of the stuff that's happening, because I do think a lot of what is good about the story is when stuff gets revealed. Oh, really? They're messing with stuff like that? Because that's kind of that's kind of fucked up that they're showing stuff in the openings. Because I mean I noticed in the EDs they're starting to tease things that come ahead, but not in a way that would spoil you if you didn't already know it's coming. Yeah, it is funny, or he's an interesting character. So yeah, that is a shame, because I don't know. I think Mushoku Tensei does hinge a lot on its reveals, and that makes things very exciting. And yeah, and again, it's not like a normal shonen where you kind of know where things are going eventually anyway. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. When it comes to adaptations, things are always kind of they're going to make decisions that you're not always necessarily going to agree with. I mean, I will say this is one of the better adaptations I've seen so far, so still I can complain. I'm still kind of thinking of the it does suck that the show essentially spoils itself. I mean, I'm still thinking, at least it's not Muv-Luv Alternative, because the visual novel for that series, the Muv-Luv trilogy, it is fucking incredible, an amazing piece of writing. And then they decided to adapt part 3 of the trilogy without adapting parts 1 and 2. So even though the individual stuff there is good, it makes zero sense to anybody who hasn't read the visual novels. So I'm just still kind of... I watched season 1 of Muv-Luv Alternative, and I'm still pissed about it. I did not watch season 2. I heard that I'm actually tempted to watch part of season 2 just for there's one major scene from the visual novels to see. Yeah, that sucks. The thing that really sucks about the Muv-Luv Alternative anime is that it could have been really good, because a lot of the individual scenes I thought really resonated with me. Like the one scene where the Shogun is given her speech after that big battle. I thought that was like a perfect representation of what the scene from the visual novel was like. But the fact that they, for starters, didn't adapt to the first 2 stories, like it starts out with a time loop, and they don't do the first iteration of the time loop. And yeah. Okay. Oh god. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, he literally broke his heart. That's funny. But yeah, and yeah, the Muv-Luv, they not only didn't adapt the beginning part of the story, they also sped up the pace so much that they had to skip over stuff. So it just, while I think the creatives were actually pretty good at what they were doing, they just did not have any of the time or resources to make that a reality. So yeah, I'm actually really sad, because that could have introduced a lot of people to the story of Muv-Luv. And if they wanted to start an Unlimited, they could have done that. Just had like an episode going over stuff with Extra, establishing the group dynamic, and then pivoting to the big event that kicks off Unlimited. But yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. I've kind of accepted that adaptations in general don't do so great, which is why I'm like pleasantly surprised by Mushoku Tensei, because despite the various grievances I do have with it and the complaints that I'm hearing about it, I do think it's a very good adaptation. I'm really enjoying it so far. Yeah, that is true. I've heard bad things about visual novel to anime adaptations. That is also true. Part of it is just a foundational thing where, if a visual novel is dynamic and has multiple routes, what kind of decision can you make to do it? There's kind of, do you mesh all the routes together in some way, or do you just kind of adapt one route? It's not always an easy thing to consider. Yeah, and I will say, Mushoku Tensei is definitely, the adaptation is very good. I still very much prefer the light novels, personally. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Yeah, because, again, I know I've mentioned it before, but I did a review of the Euphoria hentai, and Euphoria was a visual novel, is a visual novel that I think, as uncomfortable as it can be to read, it's very well written. And yeah, they just had no idea how to even tackle that. Yeah, and I've heard of Yasuga no Sora. That's one I've got to I've got to look into it at some point, see if it's I've heard good things about it, but again, it's just one of the many things that are on my plate at the moment that, hopefully over time I'll start to really chip away at a lot of this stuff. Yeah, it is tough to adapt anything that's multiple routes, like, unless you really have the time and are willing to actually kind of do things like just adapt all the routes and do them separately. Yeah, there is some truth to the idea that they don't need to do the mass media thing. And also, let's not forget that Mushoku Tensei started out as just, a web novel that Ryufujin was pretty much just writing for fun. And I'm pretty sure Ryufujin was not a professional writer at the time he started writing this and publishing it. So it was just kind of just a passion project for him. And it's what put him on the map as a writer that let him do this professionally. And so, and I do find that when somebody who's really talented is able to function with limited constraints, it tends to do pretty well. Yeah, there is some truth to that. But also, I think the fan service could be used in an effective way, like with because Rudy is, Gooner brained. That's kind of his whole thing. So I could see that kind of influencing the way the anime portrays certain things. And yes, it is also true. Adaptations primarily exist because they want to sell things, because they think they can bring something that's popular over to a new medium to increase the value of the IP. Oh yeah, I can definitely believe that, because I know that Mushoku Tensei, on the web novel site that was initially published on, Mushoku Tensei was the #1 on that site. Yeah. I don't know anything about Danmachi, so I can't really comment on that. But yeah, overall, again, for all the complaints I am making about Mushoku Tensei, I do really like it. I think it's very good. And I am continually excited to keep watching this series. And I'm also just seeing how they do things now, make me very excited just to see certain events that I know are coming, whether or not the anime has actually gotten to them yet. I think it's a very good thing when I can see the show and be like, I really want to know how they're going to handle this scene. So it's keeping me excited, and I really like it. Well, so I will say that I am out of stuff to watch for this episode, for this stream, and my voice is starting to kind of go a little bit. I'm starting to really feel it. So I think this is going to be where I call it for today. Thank you everybody for showing up and for chatting. This is definitely the most lively the chat has been so far, and I've really enjoyed it. I always enjoy doing these things with you guys and talking about Mushoku Tensei because this is, an exciting thing. So of course, I'll be back next week. We're going to be doing episodes 4 to 6 because part 2 actually does have 12 episodes, so I can just break it up 3 at a time, unlike last time. So we're going to be there next week. For those of you who are not members, which is most of you, new video is going public tomorrow morning. Yeah, every week at 9 a.m. Eastern, that's when I'm going to be doing these. So that's how I've been structuring it. And if there's ever a time when that's going to change, I will make sure to make it clear. But I'm also going to try to come up with a getting ready screen just so people can trickle in. Yes. Next Sunday, 9 a.m. Eastern time is when the next stream is going to be. That's how I've been doing it pretty much from the start. It's just a time that makes the most sense to me and my schedule. But yeah, so yeah. Hey, I'll try to remember to put the thing in Discord. I don't know that I'll have a bot ready to automatically do it, but I'll try to remember to ping people in Discord. But yeah. So yeah, stream again next week. Video coming out tomorrow morning for non-members. Members can already view it. It's going to be more Mushoku Tensei stuff. It's strongly inspired by some of the discussions we had a couple weeks ago about how certain things are portrayed. It was fun. I got to go really deep into some of the writing technicalities. I had a lot of fun making it. And I guess, yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you all for coming. It was a fun stream. I will see you guys, well, tomorrow if you watched the video tomorrow, and next week if you don't. Later.